Council, we're ready to go. Good evening, Council, senior management team, and the residents of Pelham. See, we have quorum, so I call this regular meeting of Council for March 20th, 2020 in session. I apologize to the residents for starting this meeting approximately 20 minutes late. We had some legal advice that was given to Council, and it overran the 5:30 start. I apologize for that. Yeah, lawyers, yes, indeed. Okay, so I now ask that all those, so we have quorum. So all those willing and able, please stand, and we will sing the national anthem. Okay, approval of the agenda. Thank you. Motion put for me before Council by Councilor Wink, seconded by Councilor Stewart. Be it resolved that the agenda for the March 2nd, 2020 regular meeting of Council be adopted. After looking, and is there any questions or statements about the agenda? And Councilor Trophy. Oh, okay. So I'm reading.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Trophy would like that motion.
So we have a motion from Councilor Trophy, seconded by Councilor Stewart. Councilor Stewart, that the agenda be amended by adding the Cannabis Control Committee as a delegation under agenda item 5.2.4, and that the rules of procedure as contained in the Town of Pelham procedural bylaw, section 18 2D, be suspended to permit a fourth delegation to address council, whereas the bylaw stipulates a maximum of 3. Any debate, discussion on this motion? Do you wish to speak to it, Councilor?
Yeah, there is a misunderstanding about the Cannabis Control Committee being on this evening's agenda, and they just want to brief us and bring us up to speed. So I would ask Council, please allow them to participate in tonight's meeting.
Any other changes by any other council? We have a motion put forward by Councilor Wink, seconded by Councilor Stewart. They resolve that the agenda for the March 2nd, 2020 regular meeting of council be adopted as amended. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And now at this point, I have to ask if any councillor has a pecuniary interest in general nature thereof to declare. And before we go, I can hear. Before we continue with start the delegations, Mr. Councillor John Wink, Councillor Wink has an announcement to make. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to announce that Pelham Summerfest has been named top 10 festival or events again this year by Festivals and Events Ontario. This is 6 years out of the first 9 years, so it's quite an achievement. Someone tongue-in-cheek mentioned, well, how many festivals are there? Like, is it just 110? No, there's well over 2,000 festivals in Ontario. Last year, when I checked the recipients of this award in Niagara Region, there was only 5 festivals in Niagara Region. I haven't seen the list this year, but it's a strong tribute to the town and just the work that's been put in by Summerfest Committee and the support of not only town staff, but the residents of the town. This is quite an achievement. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I know this council appreciates all the work that committee does to make it such a fantastic town event every year, and thank you for that. Okay, so now we'll get into delegations. Delegation 5.2.1, request for development and implementation of outdoor lighting policy. And at this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Wayne Lebo to step up to the mic, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I would like to acknowledge Dave Stremlaw, who is here in support of this request. So we are here to request development and implementation of an official outdoor lighting policy. Regional policy from 2005 recognizes the adverse impacts of light pollution and pledges to develop a strategy to address it. Pelham Town Council in 2007 passed a resolution to prepare a standards and policies bylaw. As we can see, since that time, light pollution is far from disappearing. And it's not just that every photon you see there is wasted utterly. It is light pollution has insidious effects on people and the environment. The causes of light pollution are easily understood. You could summarize this simply by saying too much light, light in the wrong places, and the wrong spectra. Light pollution is emphatically not an aspect of modern civilization that we should merely accept. It has consequences. Excuse me. Of the many adverse consequences, I'll touch on just these few: human health, safety and security, environment and wildlife, and economics. Light is biologically active. Almost all organisms operate with a circadian rhythm regulated by our 24-hour daily cycle. Only in the last century has this natural cycle been disrupted. Exposure to bright light after sunset confuses our internal regulation. It triggers daytime biology and eliminates the darkness essential for regulating our circadian clock. New scientific advances are helping understand how we detect light and how our entire genome is affected. Circadian rhythmicity is crucial to our overall health, including control of metabolism, DNA repair, hormone production, cell regulation, and sleep patterns. The science of how light affects life is young, but the warning signs are clear. Many scholarly articles have sounded alarms, and authoritative organizations are concerned. And just to mention 2 examples, the American Medical Association notes that pervasive nighttime lighting disrupts various biological processes, potentially creating harmful health effects, including potential carcinogenic effects related to melatonin suppression, especially for breast and prostate cancer. Circadian disruption may worsen other conditions, including other cancers, obesity, diabetes, and psychiatric disorders, and may affect prognosis in treatment and therapy. Bright residential nighttime lighting is associated with reduced sleep time and quality and impaired daytime functioning. The AMA's official policy advocates reduction of light pollution. And the World Health Organization has concluded that shift work that involves circadian disruption is probably carcinogenic to humans. Well, any bright light suppresses the natural production of the hormone melatonin. Blue wavelengths have the greatest effect, and blues are prevalent in most LED lights. We rarely see blue light as such, but we might remember from school and Newton's prism that white light contains blue. Though human vision is relatively insensitive to blue wavelengths, they are still detected, mainly by a type of receptor in the eye discovered less than 20 years ago, along with a previously unknown light sensing system that has major influence on our physiology. Moving on to safety and security. Two major aspects of light pollution are glare and trespass or intrusion. Glare causes discomfort and often vision disability. It reduces safety and security because we cannot see into adjacent areas, as you can see in this slide from a local school. And because our vision is inhibited afterward, and think of those dazzling bluish headlights coming at you. Light trespass even intrudes into our homes. Trashy, glary, cluttered nightscapes are not merely unpleasant, they hamper visibility and navigation, placing drivers and pedestrians at risk. The effects are worse in rain, snow, and fog. Now, I know none of this affects anyone here in this room, but because the aging eye is more affected, there are even greater consequences for an aging population. Humans are not the only life forms affected by light. Light at night has profound effects on an astonishingly wide array of organisms, including plants, microbes, insects, birds, mammals, and more, many of which are nocturnal and are therefore more susceptible. We measure light based on human perception, but other species see light differently, often with greater sensitivity to blues. Their behavior, physiology, and reproduction can be significantly impacted by light at night, including sky glow that extends far beyond the luminaires themselves. As for economics, using light in a smarter way means we need to produce less of it, therefore reducing use of resources, including electricity. The cost and other implications, I think, are obvious. So we've seen here just the briefest overview of some of the problems associated with light pollution. Clearly, society is not going back to pre-electricity days, so what can be done? Well, of all the forms of pollution and environmental degradation, fortunately, light pollution is one of the more simple ones to control, and usually its control saves money. The basic principles of light pollution are simple and sensible. Use only as much light as you need, where and when you need it. Avoid blue wavelengths. Wherever possible, use motion sensing fixtures and use retroreflective surfaces wherever appropriate. Often, it's as simple as just choose the right fixture. Following these basic principles results in better lighting for less cost. Respectful lighting prevents lighting that is misdirected, excessive, unsafe, or unnecessary. It protects human health, improves visibility, safety, security, and nightscape aesthetics, limits impact on the environment and wildlife, conserves energy and resources, reduces the potential for conflict among residents and businesses, and curtails degradation of the visual environment and the natural night sky. Many other jurisdictions, including entire countries, have legislation to curb light pollution. Here at home, we also need an official light pollution abatement policy. The policy would mandate smart lighting, respectful lighting. It would support nightscapes that are considerate of health and environment, but are safe, inviting, and economical, just like the official plan says. What a pleasant contrast to so many other garish, trashy, confusing, cluttered places that you see. By having a good policy in place, the town could avoid conflicts and costs experienced by other jurisdictions. It is true that municipal policy is limited in scope. It primarily affects municipally controlled properties, and it would influence new developments through site plan control. Although it would not by itself address all existing problems, a policy is proactive and would allow the town to lead by example. the town might someday decide that it's a good idea to develop a bylaw, as countless other municipalities have done. Now, the literature about light pollution is vast, and here we're able to take only the briefest look at the subject. So we have provided for your reference a selection of electronic files, including in particular a draft policy framework that will greatly simplify the process of planning. And we would be glad to assist in any manner possible. In closing, society no longer tolerates wanton pollution of our shared air and water. We expect regulation of issues such as excessive noise that infringe on our enjoyment of property. Control of harmful light pollution is greatly overdue. Therefore, we would urge that the development and implementation of a light pollution control policy be a matter of priority. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lebo, just thank you for that presentation. Do any members of council have any comments or questions for Mr. Lebo? Councilor Hahn.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks very much for that. Just curious, you said that there's other municipalities that have such a policy. Is there any in our area at all, or in the GTA?
Mississippi Mills, oh no, that's Ottawa. Richmond Hill has a policy.
Okay.
Not to say that these are perfect policies, but there are many, and they would be included in some of the references supplied. Yes.
So one comment then, Mr. Lieber. I suppose that with the invention disbursements of the motion sensors, you would think that a lot of these companies that have these bright lights on 24/7 or every night at least, you would think that with the implementation of motion sensors that would be one step in the right direction on this?
Absolutely, especially for security and crime prevention. Motion lighting is the best possible. But parking lots that are lit all night long with no one there, it makes no sense. And Europe is ahead of us on this.
Okay, that was my next question. So Europe has given more thought to this?
Yes.
Okay.
Electricity costs more there, for one thing, and they're more conscious of it, I guess. So.
Okay.
But you have 100% savings when the lights are off.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Any other question? Councilor Corr.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. What would be the total cost savings if we implemented a policy like this?
I suspect no one knows, because my guess is that probably the town of Pelham is not even certain how much it spends on lighting. So until you know how much it costs you to light, you really don't know what the savings are. There's a mistake often made in municipalities about looking at efficiency in terms of lumens per watt, how much a light gives off, its efficiency. In fact, we should be measuring how many watts does it take to satisfactorily light a certain area. But I would also caution us against thinking of cost in terms only of electricity and our own cost, because as I've mentioned, there's human health, wildlife, environment that I think possibly supersede mere costs of a few bucks here and there. There's a much bigger picture to be seen.
Councilor Hahn.
Through you, Mayor, just one more question. With regards to blue wavelengths you spoke of, is that not LED lights? So the LED, the daylight bulbs?
Yes.
Is not what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you will read, there's so much technical, I don't want to waste your time, but you'll read CCT numbers, correlated color temperature on packaging. So the higher the number, the more blue there is. But LEDs function by creating blue light, and then it's filtered to create lower apparent wave temperatures. In fact, there was a Nobel Prize awarded for that not long ago. So it's important to keep the blue wavelengths out of it, preferably by not emitting them in the first place. There is now technology that does that. You don't have to count on filtering. Instead, just produce the wavelength you want. So there's much better technology now than there was even 4 or 5 years ago.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Not seeing any. I appreciate the presentation, Mr. Lebo, and thank you for appearing. Thank you. I have a motion put forward by Councilor Hildebrand, seconded by Councilor Wink. Be it resolved that council receive the delegation by Wayne Nebo requesting development of an outdoor lighting policy for information. Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those against? And motion passes. And now, next on the delegation list is our outline of concerns regarding 42 Emmett Street, and the presenter is Carrie Pupel. Please step up to the mic, and the floor is yours. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I live at 41 Emmett Street, but I'm here tonight to talk about what happened at 42 Emmett and the mismanagement of this property. I can say it's been a very long year. I'm going to take you through the journey of what happened over this year, where town administration did not ensure that the homeowners at 42 Emmett, and it's emotional for me because I had a break-in because of it. They created a duplex that's illegal. And since it's been such a long year, I'm expecting a little more time than 10 minutes. I want to put everything into perspective. Item 1A I received from the Director of Planning on January 19th, 2020, that said, the building is still a single detached dwelling as the main floor and upper floor have an interconnected staircase and doors that do not meet building and or fire code requirements. So I received that, yet in the paper recently it said it's a duplex. So how can you tell me on January 19th it's not a duplex, and then on recently in the paper and in a meeting that I had with the CAO and the mayor that they told me it's a duplex? We told them all along through this journey that it was a duplex. We contacted all of you at times to tell you that they were creating a duplex. Item 1 is going to be a placeholder because we're going to come back to it because we're going to talk about the doors. But I want everyone in this council chambers to know that the only reason there's an interconnected staircase is because the tenant that lives on the upper level has to get out of the house and has to go to a common area to do laundry, just like the apartments at Fonthill Lumber Site, where they would have to have a staircase that's interconnected in the home so they can get to their laundry room. And the tenant that lives on the upper level, God love her, she's a victim of everything that's going on. She's a wonderful person, but she enters the front door, and I encourage everyone to drive by the house because there's a front door and then there's a side door to the right of the building at the rear of the building. That's the two separate entrances for this apartment. When you enter the front door where the homeowner or the upper tenant would go, the staircase is completely open to her apartment. Completely open. The son that resided in the house, now he's been removed finally after everything was admitted. He enters through the side door at the rear of the building. That's where the inspectors, the lead inspector, entered. That's where family entered. And that's where the friends entered when they went there. They could not go in the front door because then they would be trespassing or breaking and entering. Now, the report's going to be intertwined because I just want to share. This report is about all of the residents of this town and what has transpired with this, and that everyone's not being treated consistently, because in the paper it said, Quaker Road, rules are rules, you have to follow them. Allen Street, rules are rules, you have to follow them. This house, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. And it was allowed. So things will be intertwined because then we received FOI information and we also received the acknowledgement from this town that yes, we were right all along, that this is a duplex. We got contradictory records. I know everyone's going to say, well, you really don't know what you're talking about on this issue with the fact that the permit that we received, the FOI information is about the permit under item 1B. The permit states clearly that it's for a bathroom on the main floor where the son would eventually move in. The permit was issued in April of 2019. The son would eventually move in. And then they would install a beam to support a load-bearing wall on the second story. So I'm saying this because I know I can. I've built over 10 homes with my family, and we subcontracted every single one of them. If you're installing a beam to support a second story wall, you're taking something out because there was no reason to install a beam in that home as it stood when it was being for sale. There was no reason. And I'm telling you right now, they have to tie the beam into the rafters. And the cost of that is way in excess of $5,000. They're taking down a wall, tying the beam into the rafters. And these inspectors know what I know about construction. We're going to get back to that because the value they only put on the permit was $5,000, and they only had to pay, this homeowner only had to pay $255 for a permit. But the work done in that house was in excess of $30,000 for sure. And we're going to get to that. September 23rd is a date that I want all of you to put in your heads, just like going back to placeholding item 1A. September 23rd, 2019, it was reported that 3 town staff were going to be at the home. That's what we were told. Only 2 staff wrote a report, which is, I only witnessed 1 staff member being there, being the lead inspector. Item 1C is from the fire prevention officer, which states that at the inspection there were signs of a duplex, but no one was living on the main level, and the owner says only 1 person paying rent. I don't know what that means. I mean, are they apartment buildings over there? Is my house a single family dwelling? Like, if you're saying that someone's not paying rent, of course they're not paying rent. They intended to put their son in the main level. It still was created into an illegal duplex. And nothing, 4 staff members, nothing was done about it. And then we can go back to item 1A. The doors do not meet fire code requirements. They do not meet it. But nothing was on the report from that fire prevention officer that day about that. As discussed, the permit was for $5,000. I'm French, I'm sorry. I get temperamental, so I apologize for my voice being a little bit louder, but I've been through a lot this year. Item 1F provides you, and I'm just doing this to chronologically take you through what happened this year. Item 1F is the pictures of the home on the main level that existed when the home was being sold on Realtor.ca, previously known as MLS, and ultimately purchased by the homeowners. You can see clearly that there was no renovations done there. Item 1G shows just some renovation items after an inspection was done when the son was leaving the home. We were told multiple things that contradicted each other, told by the lead inspector that there was no furniture left in the home, but recently in the paper that was said, yeah, there is still some furniture. The CEO said there's no furniture. So, it's just all over the map. But it was noted under item 1H by the town CEO in the paper that staff went into a home and inspected it and saw something different than what was originally was on the permit, that they're supposed to say something and tell the homeowners they had to go for a zoning amendment, and that did not happen. And we've received multiple different reports. I won't go through all that stuff with you. Item 1E is from the chief building official, which also stated that it was a duplex existing, but stated that it's not to be used as a duplex or a multi-unit home. Well, it was. It was being used as a duplex. It was. And also, again, going back to item 1A, the doors do not meet building code requirements. That wasn't stated on the report that came to us from FOI. The next 3 paragraphs are about the province of Ontario, which legislates everything down. And I'm including this, and I won't go through it all to save time, but I'm including this because I was told at one point that, well, there's new legislation. Oh, it was in the paper, actually. There's new legislation coming into play. I'm like, what does it have to do with the fact on September 23rd it was a duplex? You have to follow the bylaws that you have in place right now. And I talked, and I sent a message to all of you with the phone number of the person to contact at the ministry that told me the legislation is not in place. It's not coming in place until 2020. And it's going to take time. And if anyone that works at this town can remember, it took 8 years once legislation dropped for the official plan to actually put it in place. So the legislation you have to follow is the one that was in place on September 23rd, which did not happen. Following the inspection that happened on September 23rd, the owner's son moved back into the home. And I'm saying back into the home because he lived there before. He lived in the home before. They moved him out and they moved furniture upstairs into the upper apartment. And we witnessed it. You know how we know? Because we lived there. That's how we know. But everything we said was denied. Everything we said was denied. It's not a duplex, it's not a duplex, it's not a duplex. So we wanted to follow up with administration. So neighbors and the town CEO and the director of planning were going to meet to discuss it. So on November 1st at 9 o'clock in the morning in town hall, they met. But item 2A was absolutely dismissed. We were told that you don't do the job of this town. We do it for you. Yet, after about an hour conversation with the neighbors, they were told, well, if you think it's a duplex, prove it to us. So we were essentially being told, do our job. Following that, many town vehicles drove down the street. And I know who they are because I worked with them. I know who exactly they are that drove down the street. And I know it was to see if the vehicle in the driveway was the son's vehicle. So the first part of this presentation has been about all the denials that happened all along the way. It's been a year journey from my family. Then we got item 5A. So this is an important item that was signed by 2 of your lead directors. It was dated November 21st. That finally admitted that they're in a zoning violation. They finally admitted they were in a zoning violation. It took a break in my home to set that letter off. And then have it downplayed. You have no idea. 5A admitted it was a duplex in a letter, but there was no inspection in between September 23rd or November 21st because, as indicated by the lead inspector, the homeowner refused access to the home. And I'm going to go through what they considered a trespassing event. I don't believe it is at all. It was a break and enter to me. But on November 2nd at approximately 7:45 in the morning, my home was broken into by the man that was allowed to live in the main floor apartment at 42 Emmett Street. I just want to put this into perspective for everyone. I drove my other son to work, and I got a frantic call from my other son that lives in the house with me as well that said there's someone in the home, and then the phone call dropped. So I called 911, and when I got there, he had my son cornered in the basement of my home. My son had a hammer in the back of his pants because he didn't know what was going to happen. And I struggle with the comments that were made under item 3B saying, well, if it happens again, just call the police. That's not good enough for me. I'm sorry, that's not good enough. You knew on September 23rd because you drafted a letter based on September 23rd's inspection. It's not good enough to be told by someone that's supposed to protect this community. If it happens again, call the police. You have no idea what it was like when I had to leave my son in the basement and go run for help. Because I didn't know how long it was going to take 911 to get there. Because we're a lower tier and it takes time for them to come. And then they told us on November that the letter was drafted on November 1st because the homeowners were away. And I'm just drafting this. Thank you so much. I'm just pointing out all the misconceptions that we've been told along the way. We were told the homeowners were in Florida, and that was on Monday, November 9th. And they were not. On Wednesday, the 11th of November, they were at the house. They were there for about half an hour. They did leave the next day. And we know everything that goes on in our neighborhood. They left the next day, and the son actually went to live at the parents' house while they were away because the daughter's away at school somewhere. So they wanted someone to be in the house. We learn everything, but this town doesn't listen to anything we have to say. And then someone says, well, how do we know if they're not there? Well, just like I do when I'm doing this book. As an accountant, find out your backup. Ask them, when are you leaving for Florida? When are you leaving for Florida? Provide us proof when you're leaving, because they've been given more latitude than I've ever seen at this town. I've never seen it before in my life. And I'm not blaming anyone in this town, council, staff, everyone, for the fact that the son broke into my house. I'm not blaming you for that. I'm blaming you for not doing your job on September 23rd. That's what I'm blaming this town for. Because if that was done, I wouldn't have had to experience what I did on November 2nd. And when he came in my house, he walked 200 feet to the side, probably tried many doors, walked to the sliding doors, which he does not have. He only has a man door. There's no basement in that house. So he walked up 4 steps, went in through my sliding door, went into the garage area of my home, turned off lights, and then walked upstairs. He walked into a kitchen area and then also to a barking dog. In his home, when you walk in the home, because I've been in the main floor, there's furnace room area, and then there's a bedroom straight ahead. And there's no dog. He does not have a dog. So he said that he owned the home, that this was his home. Yet, when I ran for help finally, to get help, and he knew he was going to get in trouble, he walked up my staircase in the basement. He walked out through the garage door, right across the street to the rear door of his house, and told the police he lives at 42 Emmett. So you can't tell me he didn't know where he lived and that this wasn't intentional. He did not know my son was in the house because he knew I was taking my other son to work. And I'm not going to go through this picture. We were told different things all the time. There was 2 inspectors there on the day that the son was removed. I have a picture of only one of them there. I'm just going to leave that alone. But there's zoning fees and bylaws, and under 1A, we're going to go back to that quickly. The property is in compliance with the zoning bylaw, which it is not. It is not in compliance. And the file on this matter is closed. And I'm imploring this council, if you're going to treat all of the residents in the same manner, then you need to treat this house owner in the same manner that you're saying about Quaker Road and Allen Street and among the other ones that are there. You need to treat them the same way. So something like this doesn't happen again. Because there is no reason why a bylaw would have to be created if you're not enforcing it. There's no reason why a bylaw would have to be created if you're not enforcing it. And usually after a delegation, there's questions. I don't have any answers for you except what's in here. The questions all of you have is to your staff, what they did wrong.
Okay, Carrie, thank you for that presentation. We don't have any questions that can be asked to the delegate, I see Mr. Corr would like to speak.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Could we ask questions to the director?
Madam Clerk, is that, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, Council, go ahead.
Okay, so in Mrs. Pupo's report, it says item C. It said signs of a duplex, but not no one's living in ground floor area. And it's the fire department. So we knew it was a duplex, but no one was living at it in September the 23rd. So someone wrote, I guess it looks like a Jason. I don't know who would that be. I know it says Jason, Bob, Michael, Zed. So why didn't we do something about it then?
Mr. Mayor, through you, this is a inspection report from the Pelham, the fire prevention officer. And so this is the date that his name is Jason Longhurst. He attended, Bob Limburger, the fire chief and manager of bylaw enforcement, and Mike Zimmer, the chief building official. So these are his notes. It wasn't a duplex because it doesn't meet the definition of duplex in our zoning bylaw. It's not properly fire rated or fire separated in terms of 2 separate dwelling units in a building, and so it doesn't meet the technical definition of a duplex.
So the question I'm going to ask again, our own staff said sign of a duplex, but no one living in ground floor areas. So our staff knew it looked like a duplex, and we didn't follow it through on September 23rd?
Mr. Mayor, through you, there was certainly a discussion with the homeowner. He was present at this time on September 23rd, and my understanding is that conversation with the homeowner, when they were doing this inspection, he indicated that he was not renting this out and that it wouldn't be used as a duplex.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand that, but he was renting the top. So if two people live in one place, it's a duplex at the same time, and they're not family members. So you have person tenant A, and then you have the son. So it's a duplex.
So again, Mr. Mayor, through you, the definition of a duplex is quite specific in the zoning bylaw, and then there are also fire code requirements that are required to happen in terms of having these buildings properly, or the units properly separated. This building was not constructed that way. Doesn't meet the fire code requirements, and so it is not a legal duplex.
I understand that, but they treated it as a duplex. The people that own it treated, even though they didn't follow the bylaws or follow anything, they treated it as a duplex. Even though your interpretation of a duplex is different than theirs, they treat it as a duplex. And it just seems that we created our own problem here, that we should have reacted on September 23rd, and then it would have been solved.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, staff was told by the owner at that time that it was not a duplex, that he was not renting it out, and that no one would be living there. So it was not a duplex. There wasn't anything that staff could do in terms of that. The owner was advised by staff during that inspection, should he put somebody in there, he's going to be in violation of the bylaw. He was told to come in and talk with planning staff, and they didn't. They didn't follow staff's direction during that inspection and the conversation that happened. It was after September 23rd that they occupied that unit.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, what happens now moving forward? Obviously, I don't think we did our job personally, and I can't talk to anybody else. Obviously, we not only did this resident got upset, I got a number of emails and phone calls saying, what is the city doing? So moving forward, how long would it take for a city, this township, if there's a duplex on 29 Viamont, how long would it take for us to get that stopped, or ask that resident to stop using that resident as a duplex? Is it going to take a year? Because this process was more than 1 year before we did anything, or we got it resolved. Is it going to take 60 days, 90 days for it to get it resolved?
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, when we deal with bylaw enforcement, we need to have certainly the evidence there. So it was only after September 23rd, when it became occupied, that we could deal with this as an illegal duplex. Prior to that, we were not in a position to deal with it. And after September 23rd, when we became aware of that, bylaw enforcement staff did their investigation, and we sent out the letter. So from that period on, it did not take over a year.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so on April the 10th, there was an inspector there. He filled the plumbing and he filled the framing. He came back on September 18th. He passed the framing and he passed the plumbing, and the only time he came back was September 23rd. So when he's looking at April 18th, would he not notice that there's more work involved here than this plumbing and framing?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I did personally have that conversation with the inspector regarding this property back in May, because we kept getting calls and questions about it becoming a duplex. And I asked him, I said, have you seen any evidence of them converting this into a duplex? And he told me no, they were doing a plumbing repair to the bathroom, and they were putting in a load-bearing wall on the ground floor. That was it.
When you review the file, hindsight, of course, being 2020, but you look at September 23rd, and what did the town do? It deployed its resources. Fire inspector, fire chief, who's there as bylaw, chief building official. Right? Those are our areas. We took complaint seriously. We deployed 100% of the resources at our disposal. They make findings based on the evidence before them, which we keep mentioning included an absence of furniture at that point in time, and came to a reasoned conclusion. Thereafter, evidence was presented that, in fact, it was occupied, and in due course, that was determined to be the case. The things that this municipal council should want to know are that very senior staff had interaction with the property owners. Was there delay because of out-of-country travel? Yes, but that's a courtesy extended to that would be extended to any resident where there's not a health and safety issue. And keep in mind that this is at the time, was an alleged zoning infraction. That's not a critical health or safety issue. It comes down to property and land use. Within 3 weeks, that meeting was held. A number of options were presented. And ultimately, by the middle of January, you have compliance. Understand that the alternative to the only alternative being to lay charges means you have to go to the provincial offences court system, and we would still be waiting for our first appearance. We wouldn't have a court day. We'd be waiting for our first appearance to set a date. The fastest course of action was, in fact, the one taken. The town's full resources were dedicated. A reasonable conclusion was made on September 23rd based on the evidence there, based by 3 different types of professionals who attended. And while ultimately that was found to be incorrect, with hindsight and the provision of other evidence from this delegation. And reasonably prompt response was given. It's extremely unfortunate that the other incident occurred, but that's not foreseeable when we're talking about land use planning. And apart from that one irregularity, this whole zoning issue was dealt with between September 23rd and, I don't have the calendar in front of me, roughly January 15th, plus or minus a couple of days there, to an effective conclusion with compliance achieved. And that was a good, reasonable outcome, and that would be my submission to you, Council.
Any other questions from any other councillors? Not seeing any. I have a motion put forward by Councillor Hahn, seconded by Councillor Trophy. Be it resolved that council receive the delegation by Carrie Pupo regarding her concerns relating to the property known as 42 Emmett Street for information. Any more questions? Not seeing any. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. I keep losing my pen here now. Thank you, ma'am. So the continuing on, the next delegation will be from BioForest population surveys and 2020 defoliation forecast due to our little friend, the Gypsy Moth. The presenter will be Allison Craig, Manager, Urban Forest Health Services. Ms. Craig, if you can step forward to the microphone, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, staff, and residents of Pelham. Thank you for having me here tonight to talk about our friend, the Gypsy Moth. It's my pleasure. My name is Allison. I'm here from BioForest. And it's my understanding that everybody in the room has a fairly good awareness of Gypsy Moth. technical reports on the results of our findings. So adding to this list in November 2019.
Is this thing on?
Oh,
It is.
I think so. Yeah. You can hear me okay? Okay. 2019, we were contracted by the town through the RFP process to perform these following 3 tasks. Number 1, develop gypsy moth monitoring plots, a network of plots that could be surveyed this year and in future years in order to monitor the population over time. Number 2, conduct gypsy moth egg mass surveys. These are the most effective methodology for assessing gypsy moth populations. And then number 3, deliver a technical report summarizing the results of the survey and just detailing what the risk is to the town in 2020. So for that first task of plot development, we used a grid-based approach so that we could cover a fairly large area in a systematic manner. We worked with as much information as we could gather from town staff, town advisors, the Ministry of Natural Resources in order to kind of narrow down our areas of concern. We used information such as historical gypsy moth activity, reports and records of that. We did some analysis in terms of connectivity of those sites through natural heritage areas or continuous forest canopy in order to prioritize areas that should be surveyed. And we wanted to ensure that we got good coverage, that we were getting the big picture, so we made sure that our survey covered both urban and rural areas. As a result of that criteria, these are the 40 grids that were selected to be surveyed throughout the town. And overall, we established and surveyed a total of 133 plots throughout those 40 grids. We survey 5 trees per plot. And our survey focuses on mature oak trees. This is the preferred host of gypsy moth. It preferentially feeds on oak species. So that's what we focused on. But in the case of high populations, as is the situation here, they often travel to a variety of other hosts. So when oaks weren't available, we used other secondary hosts such as apple, aspen, beech trees, etc. Trees that are generally representative of what you find in this area. Each tree through the course of the survey is examined using binoculars. All the egg masses are counted. And when the egg masses are within our reach, we distinguish between old and new, old being those that were laid in 2018, new egg masses being those laid in 2019, and we measure as many of those egg masses as possible. These little bits of data help to give us an idea of the fitness or the health of the population, and they're important for observing population trends over time. So once you've collected and input and analyzed all of our data, these are the thresholds that we apply to the plots. They are from the U.S. Forest Service, and they're most commonly used throughout Ontario. Many municipalities in southern Ontario have set their threshold for management at 2,500 egg masses per hectare. That's the reason that threshold has been selected is because that's the density at which defoliation starts to become noticeable to the average person. And tree health can also start to be negatively impacted at that point. So with these thresholds, that falls within the moderate category here. This map shows you the plots that were established as part of our program, as well as the 2020 defoliation forecast. So you can see that almost 60% of the plots are forecasting severe defoliation for 2020. The areas with the heaviest populations are Fenwick, just south of Fenwick, the corridor between Fenwick and Fonthill, along Canberra Road, the western edge of Fonthill, and then north and west of Fonthill as well. Just zooming in on Fenwick, here we had 14 out of 16 plots showing severe defoliation forecasts, and the counts ranged between 1,700 up to 94,000 egg masses per hectare, which is high. In Fonthill, it was less. The percentage of severe plots was less, but still 19 out of 54 have a severe or heavy defoliation forecast. There were many plots that had 0 egg masses, which is good, but the counts did range again up into high numbers, 79,000. In terms of the egg mass measurements, 58% of all egg masses within reach were new, which is a fairly moderate level. It's not high, it's not low. We can't really conclude much from that number other than the number of eggs being laid in 2019 was fairly similar to the previous year, 2018. We also don't have historical data to compare this to, so this 1 year of data doesn't mean a whole lot. It's just a snapshot in time. Ideally, we'd be reading trend information here to see if the percentage of new egg masses was increasing or decreasing. But that being said, the remaining population does appear to be very healthy. The average egg mass size was quite large. It measured 33.5 millimeters. Generally, anything above 25 millimeters is considered to be a large egg mass, and 84% of all new egg masses measured were large, and that's a high percentage. So in addition to the field data that we collected, the M&R does aerial surveys every year to map gypsy moth defoliation. So we looked at these maps as well just to get an idea of overall population trends for the past few years for this area. 2017, you can see there's some small pockets throughout the region. 2018, the pockets increase in size. The area affected by moderate to severe defoliation increased by about 50%. And then in 2019, things really exploded. That area tripled. So based on these kind of high-level maps, we can see that Pelham has been dealing with some level of defoliation for the past 3 years, but that things really escalated last year in 2019, and I'm sure you know that. So based on our experience as a firm working with other municipalities in similar situations, observing programs that they've developed, our report contained 3 different options for management in 2020. The first option being the town takes no action on public trees, but implements a strong communications and outreach program aimed at educating residents, encouraging private landowners to treat their own trees and take action on their own property. The pros associated with this program reduced upfront cost, but the cons, as public trees won't be protected under this scenario, there is a risk of another year of significant defoliation, leading to overall tree health decline, and potentially further expenses required for hazard tree removal, responding to service requests, pruning, branches coming down in storms, the risk associated with all of that. So while the upfront cost may be reduced, it may just be kind of kicking the can down the road and pushing these costs down the line, having to eventually deal with potentially increased and less predictable costs. Option 2, the town implements a treatment program targeted at the urban areas and potentially adjacent forested properties in areas where plots exceed that 2,500 egg mass threshold. Again, supported by a strong communications program for landowners who are not included in those treatment areas. Pros associated with this option, effective population control if applied at right time under right conditions. So when the applications are made under the correct weather conditions and during the right time of season, protection of tree health within the urban boundary and those areas would be very good. The cons associated here, a much higher upfront cost depending on the area that that is treated. The logistical coordination associated with a spray program is pretty intensive. So there's lots of permits and processing required under the Ministry of Transportation and the Ministry of Environment. So staff time and resources will get tied up in a program such as this, but that's the implication. Option 3 is that the town implements a comprehensive treatment program, including both urban and rural areas, using that same 2,500 egg mass threshold. Pros associated here, effective population control again, protection of tree health, not only in those urban areas, but also rural properties. The cons, significant upfront cost. A program like this would increase the cost quite significantly. And then opening up the issue of intervention and treatment on private property, which might be a precedent that is not desirable or sustainable for the. But for all the options or a combination of options presented, the most successful programs that I've been a part of and that I've observed have excellent communication with all residents, early and frequent. People are involved and they know what's going on from the beginning, so that is definitely a success factor. And then just a few things for final consideration when you're thinking about which option might be the best course of action. Generally, natural, healthy forests are very resilient. They can withstand 1 or 2 years of heavy defoliation and they can bounce back and be just fine. However, urban trees and urban forests are dealing with a particular set of stressors that natural forests don't have to deal with. This makes them more vulnerable and in need of protection. So urban trees not only dealing with previous defoliation events, but they're also dealing with poor soil conditions. They have restricted rooting area, compaction, poor soil nutrients, high salinity content due to road salt usage. They're dealing with weather conditions, ice storms, windstorms, flooding, drought. They're dealing with construction underground for sidewalks, utilities, roads, heavy pruning from line clearing. And they're also dealing with other pests in the area. So we've got forest ant caterpillar and fall cankerworm that are also active in this region. And the more stressed or weak a tree is, the more susceptible they are to attack from these secondary pests. So street trees and urban forests are extremely valuable as natural assets for any community. It's probably a big reason why a lot of people make their home in Pelham, and I see tonight that the town emblem has a tree on it, so that's pretty cool. They provide a variety of aesthetic, recreation, economic, and environmental values, and we're just starting to understand the actual dollar value of all of these benefits. So for example, the value of Toronto's urban forest is about $7 billion. Hamilton is recently valued at $2 billion and Oakville about $1 billion. But the more stressed or weak trees or forests are, the less they are able to contribute to this important suite of benefits. So I hope this was informative, and thank you again for having me.
Okay, so thank you for your very informative presentation. Before we open up the council questions, I would like to say that Friday I was at a farm conference, and Dan from Zimmer Air was there, and he had gone out and taken 2 egg masses. Must have taken them sometime in January, and they were hatched out in a little baby bottle. And it is frightening to see out of 2 little egg masses, I don't know how little they were, whether they were the 33 or 25, but that bottle was completely full. Yeah. It's a scary situation that we're looking at in the town. Thank you for number one, for the work your company has done, and now I'll open up to council. Thank you. And councillors, any questions? Lisa Hahn, or Councillor Hahn.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. Just a question with regards to your clients in Toronto, Mississauga, Hamilton. Just wondering, are they spraying rural properties?
So it's not as much of an issue in those areas. I don't know that Mississauga had any rural properties that were affected. Hamilton, I know, is just recently started to focus on urban areas only. Generally, in the places that we've worked, it hasn't been a huge issue. They've focused mostly their surveys on the urban boundary and then treatment boundary as well.
So, for instance, with Hamilton, the areas that they are tackling a little bit with the rural, do they then, are you aware if they spread that out over their tax base?
I'm not sure. I don't know the financials of their program.
Okay. Yeah, and one other question too. With regards to Zimmer Air, is that the only company you've ever used to do any of your spraying for any of the municipalities?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware if there's others?
I'm not. No.
Thanks.
Well, Councillor Corr.
Mr. Mayor, I noticed on your one presentation, you had a picture of the Niagara region, and if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Port Colborne, Wainfleet, and a little bit of Dunville. Do you know if they're spraying?
I don't know. I haven't been contacted by them, and I haven't heard anything about their programs. Last time there was a large-scale aerial spray operation, Norfolk County did spray some properties, but those other municipalities weren't part of that.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, a couple more questions. In your presentation, you had the rural, and it looks like it starts from, let me get, it looks it looks from Canberra Road all the way down to Quaker, where you find most of that's in the Fawn Hill area. Mm-hmm. Now, how much would that cost for us to spray? Just that one rural section, and the other one's urban.
So I am able to provide the data. I don't.
You don't have cost.
I'm not able to provide any cost information. No, just because I'm not the aerial applicator and I don't have those costs.
And you mentioned that the urban trees will survive,
The rural trees. have a
rural
better
trees
chance of
will survive, and the urban trees are more,
vulnerable, I would
yeah,
say.
to the gypsy moth. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Just because of all the other stressors that they're dealing with in the urban environment, it's different than being a tree out in the nice forest.
And what, through you, Mr. Mayor, what happens if we don't spray at all?
You risk this picture of defoliation. So where it's marked to be severe in those red plots, you can risk up to 90 to 100% defoliation in those areas, which is pretty significant.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, that means we need to cut those down eventually, right?
Not necessarily. There are so many weather factors that can influence the survivability of trees. If it becomes a very wet and cool spring, there's also natural controls that may pop up and control some of the population, but this is just the risk as of right now to those trees.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. You're saying, I think it was sheet 10, 14 out of 16 plots within town boundary have severe defoliation in Fenwick. I'm looking at that map there. It's almost like 50%. There's a small section in Fenwick that's urban, and then the rest of it is rural. So we're probably looking at, out of those 16 plots, half of them are in the rural area and half of them are in the urban area. Am I correct in saying that? Am I looking at that properly?
So the plots that are just south of Fenwick on, I think it's BioForest Street, those are not included in the 14 out of 16. So just the 14 out of 16 are what's within that black.
And that's our urban section, I believe.
Yes, exactly. That's the shapefile that I received from the town indicating the urban boundary.
I might have missed it here, but I'm going to ask the question just in case. So how much would you say, percentage-wise, roughly, is in the rural area?
Oh, I would need to look at the map more in detail. That would require a bit more.
Yeah, it's kind of important to me. That's the people I kind of represent as the rural area, Fenwick. So, okay.
If I can you mentioned the weather. Micah, you mentioned the weather, that if we have a wet spring, an impossible question for you to answer, but if it is indeed a wet spring, and with the kind of infiltration we have, what percentage could we hope for if we had what's classified as a wet spring?
It's really difficult to predict
Okay.
Mortality rates based on those weather factors.
Okay, so probably not best to depend on that then.
I've never seen a program that relied on that to control the population.
Okay. And before I go to Councillor Hahn, is Pelham the only municipality that has seen such large numbers this year? I saw the map that they're definitely spreading out, but I keep hearing from some residents that the only reason we got high numbers is because we've had this huge neglect for the last 30 years. But when I see a map like you were showing of the peninsula and southern Ontario, then, so are you finding high numbers across southern Ontario?
So I can show you a comparison. The areas that I've worked in are mostly in, you'll see that Aurora section on the map.
Yes.
And it's not nearly as severely infested as the Niagara region. So I haven't personally done any surveys in kind of the Norfolk area or other areas where it's appearing to be quite high. So it's not really fair for me to draw a comparison between a city like Mississauga and that map and this region. Yeah, but the counts in those urban areas do get up to around 50 to 100,000 in really high zones as well.
Okay, thanks. Just one last question, or just one comment. I believe Councillor Corr was saying that he thought Park Holden and Waynfleet had masses. I know that Thursday night, coming out of the Region Council, I mentioned, I was talking to the mayor of Welland, and he did not have any idea what a gypsy moth was. So Welland either doesn't have any, or they don't spray any. So I know.
I have no trees, Mr. Mayor.
Well, whatever. Welland is not, I know they don't have a spray program. Councilor Hahn?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I've spoken with Port Colborne councillors, and they absolutely are asking what we're doing because they know that they have a problem this year. So, yeah, I'm just wondering, your organization then does obviously the counts and does the planning part of it, but does your organization actually do spraying that's not aerial?
No, we don't.
Okay, so if somebody came to you and says, hey, I need, I'm not going to be part of the plot that's going to be sprayed, you would just then farm it out to someone that would do it then?
We would just offer a recommendation.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
We don't do the service.
Thanks.
Councilor Wink?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, your company's represented a lot of municipalities over the last number of years. To your knowledge, did those municipalities spray 100% of those areas that were affected, or did they look at partial spraying?
It's been kind of a combination. It depends really on what the infestation looks like. A few cases have prioritized certain areas that they know have been hit hard in previous years. A few cases have focused on just municipal parks, but then a few cases have done kind of entire collections of neighborhood spraying because it's just been so bad in that entire area. So it really depends on what the infestation looks like, how many years it's been there, what the budget available is, what the resources are. It's very unique from situation to situation.
So back out, I'll ask another question, and I don't know if you want to go out on a limb here. You saw the masses, you've seen the canopy we have in Pelham, where we want to keep it. Can you offer us any, with your expertise, what you would lean to on 1, 2, or 3?
I respectfully would not like to make an official
Okay.
recommendation, but I would say, you have to weigh how important those trees are to you, what your risk tolerance is in terms of what you're willing to see in the future for defoliation purposes. Just thinking of all of those factors at play.
Okay, so one other question. Have you ever seen a town that had an infestation as heavy as this, egg mass-wise, that didn't do anything, or an area that they didn't do anything, and would you be able to describe the defoliation that did take place?
There was just one neighborhood in one municipality that had very extreme counts, and the defoliation, they have a beautiful mature oak canopy. It was probably 95% defoliated in that park.
Wow.
The year that I was there.
And so if that's only 1 year, I'm understood, will the trees come back if it's only 1 year?
If it's only 1 year, they're pretty hardy, they're pretty resilient, and they can get through 1 year of heavy defoliation and bounce back the following year, provided there's no other extreme stressors on
stress.
the health of those
Yes.
trees.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone on Councilor, any more questions? Councilor Trophy?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. With your experience, have you seen any other municipalities like declare this as an emergency with the amount of infestation that we have? And are you aware of any subsidies out there that are available, maybe through a climate change program or anything like that?
That's a good question. I'm not aware of any subsidies that are out there, but in terms of declaring it an emergency, I don't know if that was done back in 2008, but that was the last time Southern Ontario saw this kind of explosion across municipal borders. And at that time, many municipalities got together, and it was actually BioForest who coordinated the first ever large-scale urban spray program. So that was kind of a big deal, and I'm not sure what kind of new borders that pushed through. I don't know if it was actually declared an emergency in that situation or not, but it was pretty groundbreaking, and people realized for the first time that something needed to be done about it on a large coordinated scale.
Thank you. So last question, do you know of any other municipalities like that are bordering us that have reached out to you for a consultation, or are you aware that are having similar issues? Like we heard Port Colborne, but do you know anything of Lincoln or
I have not.
Niagara Lake?
No. They haven't. I have a contact in Norfolk County, and that's the only one that I've been in touch with. He's out doing surveys currently, but he didn't have any initial findings when I talked to him last week.
And Norfolk is pretty heavy populated as well?
Yeah.
Possibly the CEO brought him here. Okay.
Brian came into the fire.
Okay, any other questions from any other councillors? And, well, not seeing any, I thank you again for your report. And, I'm sorry.
Teresa had a question.
Oh, first of all, I guess, no, Teresa didn't. She questioned adopted. Director of Public Works, Jason.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to clarify one of the councilor's questions with respect to the areas within the urban boundary and the rural areas. So based on the report and going through some of the numbers, the areas that are impacted or severely infested within the urban boundaries themselves, which are the black lines, was a total of 558 acres of a total of 1,200 hectares. 1,200 hectares total are severely infested. Within the urban boundary, it's 558 hectares, so it's about 50%. The split between Fenwick and Fawn Hill, there is approximately 250 hectares within Fenwick, within the urban boundary, and approximately 308 hectares in Fawn Hill. So that includes also a buffer area just in and around the urban areas that would be sprayed. So it's between rural and urban, there's roughly a 50-50 split.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, all right, Councillor Trophy.
Yeah, through you. So that's kind of good news, I would think, because it is a lot cheaper to spray in the rural area because they don't require the twin engine.
That's true.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. Aerial spray program in the urban area is more expensive due to the fact that they have to have a dual engine aircraft, and it is cheaper in the rural areas. Correct.
So to you, Director, so even though we went to the grid pattern and we really didn't identify urban and rural, when it comes to spraying, there will still be a classification. He will be able to give us a cheaper rate on the rural, depending on, obviously, lack of houses.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report that you'll be receiving tonight does provide some cost estimates with respect to the various options that are being presented to you. Those estimates were created through basically one blended number that was received through correspondence and communication with Zimmer Air. So there is a difference between urban and rural spraying. We do not have that split yet. Until we develop the spray blocks and actually put a program in place and go to our service provider for that, then we won't. Right now, it's just based on estimates. We don't have firm prices yet.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions? Now not seeing any. Thank you for your report. And we have, hang on, and we have a motion put forward by Councillor Hahn, seconded by Councillor Kaur. Be it resolved that council receive the information, the presentation by Alison Craig, Manager, Urban Forest Health Services, BioForest, regarding the 2019 Gypsy Moth population surveys and the 2020 defoliation forecast. Any other comments on this motion? Not seeing any, I'll call the vote. All those for, all those against, motion carries. Thank you. One more delegation yet. Next delegation is the chairman of the Cannabis Control Committee, Tim O'Hara. Welcome, Tim, and the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. There's three areas this evening that I will quickly give you an update on. The first, just to frame it, is some comments concerning a possible second public meeting. The second are some comments with respect to the cannabis land use report recommendations. And the third are an update on the odorous industry nuisance bylaw. With respect to the recommendation concerning a possible second public meeting, I've reviewed the staff report that's found on page 246 of the agenda package. And the CCC position, the Cannabis Control Committee position that's provided there in that report with respect to the second public meeting is not accurate. And so I'm going to provide our position on that right now, just to clarify the record. And also in doing so, it'll provide some context for the impasse that is described in the staff report that they believe they have with the CCC. We certainly do not see an impasse. The CCC has been working to a detailed schedule since it proposed its work plan to council back on September 23rd in 2019. And since December the 11th, staff have been fixated on locking down a date for a second statutory public meeting that they originally proposed for May, back on December the 11th. The mayor had challenged our committee before Christmas to finish bringing its proposals to council for the end of March. It was a big challenge, and we appreciated that. And the committee endorsed that challenge and believed that it would be possible to try and meet that March 31st deadline if the committee had received full support without any delays, without any other factors that would impact our schedule. The committee continues. Members are here to work incredible, what I would call overtime. Individual members on the committee putting in tens of hours each week. Staff's response was an insistence that a second public statutory meeting under the Planning Act was absolutely necessary. So that was the message made to us, that a second public meeting under the Planning Act was absolutely necessary. Our response has been that we were not in a position to decide at that time, that's back in December, and that our understanding was that only one public meeting, one statutory public meeting was required by the Act. Now, we can't, the CCC, the committee can't do its work properly with an arbitrary decision made then, back in December, on whether we needed a second public meeting, and then predetermining a date, an arbitrary date for a second public meeting, when our experience has shown us that our work plan keeps changing by outside forces that the committee has little control over. Pre-setting dates when we're not ready with draft official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments puts the quality of our work for Pelham residents and for the cannabis producers who are relying on us at serious risk, and adds unnecessary stress to our team. When we have a public meeting, we have to have draft materials to present to the public. So pre-setting dates is very challenging, especially when our schedules are not completely within our control. Since then, in the meantime, the town has engaged Meridian planning consultants who advised us, the committee, that only one public meeting was strictly speaking required under the Act, and that council could decide not to have a second public meeting, regardless of the extent of changes made to the original proposed zoning bylaw and official plan. And so we passed that information on to staff. And when we did, staff dug in. Now, the staff report in the agenda package says, and I quote, the CCC takes the position that a public meeting, a second public meeting, that a public meeting is unnecessary. And this is not true. You will notice on page 83 of this meeting's agenda package, my delegation form can be found there. And if you look at that form, you'll read, in quotes, "We'll recommend a date for either an open house or, if necessary, a second public meeting." Now, this statement was made by me on February the 12th, and you can clearly see by that statement in the package that there are two options, not one. There's an option for a public meeting, a statutory public meeting, and there's an option for an open house. The staff report goes on to say, under the heading CCC position, it says, and I quote, "The CCC is of the position that because the changes to the zoning bylaw and official plan are not substantive, a public meeting as defined by the Planning Act is unnecessary." And this statement is also false. This is not our opinion. We do not know yet whether or not our proposed official plan or zoning bylaw amendments will be substantially different from or not the ones presented at the public meeting on September the 10th. We don't know that yet because they haven't been drafted. We're working with Meridian Planning Consultants to draft these, and we won't even have a first draft. There will be multiple drafts, but we won't even have a first draft for at least another week. The notion of substantive changes or small changes is one that staff introduced to support their insistence that a second public meeting be held and be scheduled right now. Now, the law clearly states, and this is quoted in the staff report, I quote, "The council shall determine whether any further notice," that terminology, further notice, is whether there's a second public meeting. So the council shall determine whether any further notice is to be given in respect of the proposed bylaw, and the determination of the council as to the giving of further notice, a second public meeting, is final and not subject to review in any court, and here's the point, irrespective of the extent of the change made in the proposed bylaw. It's always been our position, and this isn't about small changes or big changes. The law makes it council's sole prerogative, not the CCC, not staff's, to consider the proposed zoning bylaw and the changes with respect to the original draft that was proposed last September, and then to decide whether or not further notice is to be given. In other words, whether or not a second public meeting should be held. So to be clear for the record, it is the CCC's position that it's premature for council to make this decision until the CCC has a draft zoning bylaw that it can present to council for review. If a second public meeting is ultimately determined by council, by you, not to be held, then the committee maintains its support for an open house so that the public and stakeholders have the opportunity to understand the proposals, ask questions, and provide feedback for consideration. So with that clarification, I'll switch to the second topic in terms of comments with respect to the land use report, and these are very brief. You have asked the committee to provide you with comments on the recommendations in the cannabis land use report prepared by staff that you received on February the 18th. I can confirm that the CCC does have significant concerns with some of those recommendations, but we're awaiting on comments from Nick McDonald, the external planning consultant with Meridian Planning Consultants, who's also looking at the recommendations and considering them. We're waiting on his recommendations and comments before we make any final comments on that. It would be disrespectful if we went ahead of him. So we will be in touch with you in a very short time with respect to that request. And finally, the third item, in terms of an update on the odorous industries nuisance bylaws, you know we've been working with Airden Burles through our CAO, David Cribbs, to assist us. And we're still on track, we believe, for bringing the updated bylaw to you for consideration on the 23rd of March. What I can tell you is going forward, we'll need more money. We'll need a larger budget for Aird and Berlis to assist us. We intend to engage them iteratively with marine planning consultants, our external planners, to work with us iteratively in drafting the official plan amendments and the zoning bylaw amendments, so that when we bring the drafts to you, to council and to the public, we have some confidence that they've already been through both planning justification and legal at the same time. We also anticipate the need for at least one technical expert opinion. We do not see that as being expensive, but it's already been asked for, and it's based on the research that the committee has done. And it may be that you would recommend to Aird and Berlis that they would hire the expert directly. That's something we think might be a good idea, but it's for council to consider. And that's it for my update. Thank you.
Okay, thank you as always, Tim, for you and the committee's fantastic work hours. I don't know, do you guys got full-time jobs on that?
What do we say, folks?
Anyway, any questions to be asked of the presenter? If not, I've got a couple. Councilor Corey?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Tim, great presentation. How much money do you need more?
I'm going to defer to my partner in crime, Mr. Cribbs. This is for the lawyers, so I don't know how we're fine on the planning consultants. I've actually got an update on that, and I think we're in very good position with our external planners. But on the legal, we're now ramping that up, and CAO Cribbs, maybe I'll defer that to you.
It's a shot in the dark, of course, but when you consider the hourly rate, and you have to think how many days of labor is likely involved, $30,000 sounds about right.
I think we have, just based on the experience in the last half, a pretty efficient back and forth that's now going on. So that I'm hopeful that would work.
Councilor Trophy?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I know the $30,000 sounds like a lot, but like Mr. Nahara explained, we are working pretty efficiently, even with the external planning, and there could be a savings in there. We had a little budget of there, 50,000, so it could offset each other. So I didn't want you to take that into consideration.
Any other questions? Councilor Hahn?
If you require a motion then to put $30,000 on the table, I'm happy to do that.
We thought that was premature at this time, or you?
I didn't realize we're asking for money tonight.
Yes.
Council doesn't want to handcuff the good work of the CCC when you're on the goal line. Perhaps a motion that requires us first to use any excess resources that are technically budgeted for planning function prior to accessing other monies. You could instruct my office to authorize up to $30,000 additional spend on top of that already approved. And then we do that first. We cannibalize the planning budgeted line item prior to spending new dollars, which could, as Councillor Trophy's indicating, reduce the total need for the ask or the net new at any rate. That would be one way forward. And or failing that, just simply authorize my office to, I think that's how your motion has to read. That has to be a staff member signing off.
And while the clerk is working on the motion, I do have a few other questions that I want to ask you, Tim. So I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. We've all read the letters from the lawyers or from the producers that we've had over the last period of 2 weeks or so. And the one thing they stressed, it seemed to me, I'm not a lawyer, but they were concerned about the lack of process that the town, that the Cannabis Committee has followed. And it would appear that that is going to be their main, if not, no, it's not going to be the main, it's the first thing they're looking, is the lack of the proper process that the town is doing to get these bylaws in place. So that's one thing. I mean, if we start taking shortcuts, it's all being filmed. Everyone knows their lawyers will know what the Planning Act calls for, and it just seems incredible to me. I've said this to you, and I've said this to Councilor Trophy, that the amount of work that you guys have done, which is yeoman service, I really find it incredible that for the sake of following a couple of procedural steps that we're willing to take the risk of having the first battle fought on process. And the other thing I would like to state is that I know our planning staff has said that there has been substantial changes. Your committee says that it isn't. I don't agree with that, and that's fine. But the only thing is that this is the first time that farmers in Pelham are going to be told that before they grow a perfectly legal crop, that they're going to have to sign in with the town and meet certain restrictions. Am I wrong on that, sir?
Can I answer both questions?
Yeah, of course.
Sure. I hope I don't forget the second one before I answer the
I'll
first.
remind you.
So let me answer the second one first, because the first one will stay in my mind, I think, on procedure and process. The second question related to substantial versus non-substantial. It's not our position, one way or the other today, that there are substantial or non-substantial changes. We are waiting on our first draft of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. So the short answer is we don't know.
Okay.
So what our point is that by following, so now I'm going to start answering your first question, sir. We want to follow procedure. And by following procedure, the advice you received and the law it encourages us to follow procedure. So what is the procedure? So the procedure is that you have draft zoning bylaw and official plan amendments prepared. And they're not ready yet. So you have those. We get those. We're working as hard as we can to bring those to you. And so now you have those in the future, some time from now, and they're before you. And those now give you the ability to look back at the ones on September the 10th and compare them so that you, the council, not us, so it's not me, it's not staff, it's you, the council, who has the authority and the right to consider those. And then you have the authority to decide, based on the situation at the time, do you want to have a second public meeting or not? That's the act. That's the procedure. I would put to you, sir, that deciding today, considering today to hold a second public meeting when you don't have the material in front of you to consider, I would argue today, sir, that would put us offside in procedure. I'd be happy to give you an example of what could happen that might not please our external, our resident cannabis producers. Maybe I won't. I don't want to give them any ideas.
Yeah.
But I would put to you that the procedure isn't the decision, yes or no. If you make a no decision to a second public meeting in the future, no one can challenge it. It's not challengeable as long as you follow the procedure. The procedure is that you consider, you have before you, and you consider what is before you. You look at what you had in September, and you alone decide, using your own criteria, do you wish to have a second public meeting or not? And that is why it's premature, and that is why we can't recommend pre-deciding that when you don't have that ability to follow the procedures that you're called to follow. If you don't follow those procedures, you put us at risk. You put our entire work at risk. And forgetting that legal risk, we're now working to an arbitrary schedule. An arbitrary schedule. It's just a date picked out of the sky. And you want to see our detailed work plan and how we get confused. We had a 5-week delay when I was here last. I came here last on February the 15th. Due to these lawyers that came in, we had a 5-week delay. Who knew? We have to live by those factors. We anticipate them. We know they're coming. How can we set a date and then try and work with those outside factors. Now, I do want to make one comment I didn't give you in the update since you brought up the lawyers. We are responding to those, and we've already invited and reached out to both of them. I'll tell you, we haven't had any response from them. It's been well over a week, and we're also formally responding as you have directed as well. So I think we're covering all those bases as best we can.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Any other questions? Councilor Trophy.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, as we're trying to draft up some sort of motion there for additional funding, just like take into consideration that the CC possibly taking on a third-party expert, right? Can we include that in there as well, please? As Mr. Nahara was mentioning.
Who the expert is, or what the purpose of the expert is, what it is now, like everyone else, so I can't offer you any comment.
Can I comment? I'm not asking for more. Let me say it that way.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Mayor, that third-party expert will have something to do with odorous industrial nuisance bylaw, and the chair will be able to shed some more light on that.
Yeah, our council, Airden Burles has indicated to us that if you give the direction for them to consider that, then they can move on it. So I fully expect, so we're following their advice. We're following Airden Burles's advice. But the question is, can they look to this expert? So that's what I'm hoping you'll provide, is the ability for them to do that.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have another question. Do you think that it is a good idea for council to address the light pollution in the dark skies bylaw at this time, after we heard from a presentation earlier this evening?
Great question. I can tell you we had an animated discussion at our last meeting on this, on the idea of bringing out the light part of the draft odor nuisance bylaw, taking it out. That's been a tough one for the committee, I'll be honest with you. We've debated that over, but without getting ahead of ourselves, we're just waiting to dot the I and cross the T, I hope, on what we bring back to you. In the balance of evils, we think taking it out is a good idea. I think we will find that we're waiting on some final comments from our lawyers, but we think it's a way. There's nothing perfect that we're doing. So we're fighting a schedule, and we're looking at other elements. And we're not saying we don't deal with it. We're saying we deal with it in another manner. And so I think, if I am guessing, I think the committee would move in that direction, and have taken some steps to move in that direction.
Just on that, Mr. O'Hara, the Minister of Agriculture and their guidelines, you don't think apply to, I'm surprised that we haven't, because they have guidelines for greenhouses, whether it be flowers or whatever. Those light restrictions, you think that, I'm wondering why we haven't talked to them more.
I will speak for one of my experts behind me, and if I get it wrong, throw something at me. But the normal crops that we have in our town, vegetable crops and other crops, don't have the strong after-hours lighting requirement and the density of lighting that projects upwards and out. So that's why normal farm practices don't generally have this issue. This is an issue that's certainly, I don't know if there's any other industries that have this issue. Certainly we see that cannabis can have this issue. Not all. It depends on how they design their facilities.
Okay.
I believe that's why it's not dealt with.
Okay, yep, thank you for that.
Did I get hit in the back? I hope I didn't misrepresent my own experts.
He's giving you a thumbs up.
Yes, we are looking at a separate bylaw, for sure, but
Okay,
we think there's good reason to remove it from this one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Trophy?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So in your opinion, do you think it's premature tonight to establish that separate bylaw, or do you need more time to do research and then come back?
Wow. So now it's my turn to say I wasn't expecting that. I'm never going to look a gift horse in the mouth. In the mouth, I will say no. I don't think it's premature to consider that, because I think in just a short while you will hear from us that we think it's the better approach to remove it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Trophy?
Well, then I'd like to put forward a motion to move ahead with a dark skies light pollution bylaw. Or for staff to
Yeah.
look into it.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hahn? Giving the clerk lots of work here.
Is it staff developing it, or?
Yes, I would think so, yes, staff. Oh, and Tim, while we have a minute, the clerk was wondering if she could have a copy of your speaking notes when you're done?
Could I send them to you, Madam Clerk? I'll strip out my front notes on them. I'll just use the ones that I spoke to.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you right now have a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Cholfi and seconded by Councillor Hahn that staff be directed to develop a dark skies policy or bylaw. I don't have a date as to when that is expected.
Mr. CAO?
Well, self-evidently, we'd want to have something in place, should it meet with council's approval, prior to July. So I think if staff were to return with a draft proposal and some sort of, possibly, we're looking at both policy and bylaw, likely, combination thereof. So if we could bring back one or both of those documents in late May, that would give this body, say, 2 opportunities, possibly 3 opportunities to review the content, suggest alterations or amendments, and then presumably pass something still well into June or into very late May. So I would think May would be a reasonable time. I think that would give us enough time conjunctively to come up with something to be reasonably proud of. Gives us just over 2 months.
So do you?
So, Mr. Mayor, you do have a motion on the floor then for, to direct staff to develop a dark skies policy and/or bylaw for council review by the end of May 2020. Moved by Councillor Cholfi, seconded by Councillor Hahn.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Councillor Trophy?
Yeah, one thing, having it complete, or in front of council by the end of May is good. I'm just, would it have any consequences towards our short-term bylaw, like with workload? Short-term rentals.
Well, there would be some overlap of staff. And of course, as one thing floats up the pile, by definition, something has to float down. But I think I'm entirely confident with the skill and talent of the team that we can produce something we'll all be proud of in 2 months' time. I'm happy to publicly say 2 months.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments on the bylaw? Not seeing any then. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Now we got to go back to the first bylaw. First motion, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do have a motion by Councillor Hahn. I have worked on some wording. I don't have a seconder. that Councillor authorize additional legal spending relating to the Cannabis Control Committee, and that the Chief Administrative Officer be directed to utilize any available budgetary resources from the approved planning budget prior to using any new monies for such legal expenses not included in the 2020 budget, such authority not to exceed $30,000.
Okay, and Councilor Corr. Councilor Corr is going to second it. Okay. So questions, debate on this bylaw, on this motion? Okay, not seeing any, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes.
Let's do this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Motion put forward by Councillor Chofie, seconded by Councillor Hahn. Be it resolved that Council receive the delegation by Tim Nohara, Chair of the Cannabis Control Committee, for information. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, wow. Yep, okay, so the next report is a report by Regional Councilor Diana Hewson. And Diana, the microphone is yours.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I just included, I included some of my highlights. I did add, I will also add the regional chair, just a note on that, and then the Comfort Maple project, which I wanted to share with you because it's a really good news story and I thought you'd be interested in it. And I believe it was all, the presentation was shared with you, so I'm just going to touch on that. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was the CAO. We had a revamping of our CAO hiring policies and procedures as a result of the Ombudsman report that we recently received, which highlighted some, let's say, wrongdoings in the process. So we've completely revamped our policies and procedures around that, which included 15 recommendations. And we did have our acting CAO, Ron Tripp, was appointed in December. We've now come a full year and have our new policies in place, so we'll be moving forward on hiring a new CAO or going through the process of undertaking the hiring of a new CAO shortly. So that's something very new that's coming to the organization. The second thing, I wasn't sure if they shared data with you on the early on centers, but I asked them to give me a bit of an update. As you know, the early on center was in Font Hill, started in January, and there was a new procurement framework and policy in place in order to determine who delivered that service. Port Cares was successfully contracted. So in opening the last week of January, in its first month, it saw 255 children and 214 adults. The feedback from the organization has been that it's been fairly positive. They're currently assessing input on the equipment moving forward. And I just want to share this because I thought it was really cute. If I can bring it up quickly. They even issued a survey to the kids to ask their input on some of the new toys that they wanted to see. And the kids were able to indicate whether they liked them or didn't like them based on a coloring survey. So I just thought that was really cute and wanted to share that with you. And then I'm back to, oh, I guess if I switch over, it's not going to, oh no, it did, okay. So they feel like it's been fairly successful. Okay, I got a lot of questions from Councillor Hildebrandt on this one. As I'm not sure if you're aware, but the province did issue a special advisor's report in August on recycling and plastic waste, and they announced that they will be transitioning the Blue Box program to producer responsibility. The transition is going to commence in January 2023, with it fully being implemented in 2025. And the timelines have been identified, which means we'll need to make decisions as to when this shift takes place at the region. And I did include, this was actually a slide provided by the province in a presentation. It wasn't a slide that the region produced, but in identifying a preferred year for the transition, they'll have to take into consideration expiry dates for the current contracts, the asset condition and value, the prescribed method of handling oversubscribed years, and the balance of the integrated waste management systems. So they'll have to decide how the services that Niagara Region continues to provide will integrate with the new Blue Box system. So I think that the town's probably been asked to indicate what additional services they want to include in their services. And this is in response to a question that Councillor Hildebrandt asked. Some municipalities have indicated they want the additional pickups in their downtown cores. Some are still in the process of responding, but we haven't had a single municipality indicate that all of the services would be taken on. So I think there's some variation in terms of depending on the needs of each municipality. So the two contracted companies were Miller and Green for Life. Green for Life being the one that's in the Pelham service area. So the garbage will be routed to Niagara Route 12, with some going to Humberstone. The green bin will continue to go to Walker, and our blue and gray bin services are currently going to our recycling center in Niagara Falls. So the other question that I was asked was about there's some discontent with Niagara Falls, and they've indicated that they had an interest in leaving the regional garbage services. Staff have advised us that according to the Municipal Act, that it is a responsibility of the region, so we don't believe that legally they could leave by choice unless everyone was in agreement with that. And they did feel that if they were to successfully leave, it would increase the cost to the other municipalities who are participating in the services. So we still, we'll have to see where that progresses, but right now they are included in the services, and we'll have to see where that goes. You also asked about subletting services. For one of the new contracted companies to sublet the services, they would need our permission. Typically, that's not something we would allow unless there was an issue in them being able to deliver the services, similar to what happened with Mterra in the current contract. And then, so we're already looking at opportunities for the existing Niagara Falls Niagara recycling facility. They're assessing whether, I guess the options are to sell, to lease, and use the facility, or some type of partnership. But there will be more discussions on this because there's still a lot of unknowns, and we're still determining what that's going to look like. And I believe it's the province is looking, I think it's, they're looking shortly to develop the policy around that. So I think it's going to be, yeah, so we're waiting to hear more information from the province. And I believe waste management is going to be at one of your upcoming meetings. Is that, can you confirm that for me in March at a later meeting? Not sure? Okay, okay. But I mean, the director is always very easily accessible. If you have further questions, please let me know, or I can connect her directly with you. The Niagara official plan, we were recently presented with a report that concludes that we've undergone all of our public consultations. So our planning department has put in place a timeline which outlines that they'll be drafting policies and mapping for this year. Next year, they're looking to draft an official plan, and hopefully it will be adopted by year end next year. And just a quick update on economic development. We were recently presented with a Q4 report, which discussed the need to develop a longer-term strategic plan. Some of the feedback that was involved in the meeting was that different municipalities with economic development officers wanted them to participate in that planning process so they can contribute as a collective towards what the regional, the 10-year economic development strategy was. I know that Pelham, I don't believe we have an economic development officer, but it would be nice if someone from Pelham participated in those conversations. So whoever that would be, I would suggest get in touch with the Director of Economic Development, because I'd like to ensure that Pelham has a voice at that table and can be included in that, strategy development. And just another program launch that I wanted to bring awareness to. We approved the Public Realm Investment Program launch, and municipalities can submit funding applications now for this. They are funding for projects that include items like hardscaping, sidewalks, decorative boulevards, street furniture, decorative lighting. It will also cover landscaping, so native trees, planting beds, pollinator gardens, or community identity such as gateway features, public art, or seasonal decorations. So it is available for us to participate if there's an idea for a project that we potentially want to pursue. And there was a motion that came forward at the last regional council to consider direct election of the chair. The motion was actually deferred to our corporate services for consideration. So I won't know what direction that's going to take until that conversation takes place, but just an update that the conversations are starting. And then I wanted to show you the NPCA. We had an event last Wednesday that recognized all of the volunteers that contribute to the work of the NPCA. There's over 700 volunteers that help with all the different projects that are happening through the organization. And one of the projects they talked about was the Comfort Maple Legacy Project. And this was a partnership project with the Niagara Parks, or I don't know where this is. I'm going to open it again. And I shared this with all of you, but you go right down to about the 25th slide. It talks about the proposal that was submitted to the Niagara Parks and the timeline for implementation. And it's basically a legacy project. So trying to produce some seedlings that can help spread the comfort maple so it can survive beyond its life. Should it have a problem, we hope it survives forever, but realistically, we know it can't. So this was a project where they did something called air layering. And the idea is they pulled back, and if you look at this area here, can you see that? They pulled back the bark of some of the branches, applied some moss, and wrapped it in saran wrap, and the tree was able to form roots in that little section where they contained it. And from that, they were actually able to obtain 15 cuttings from the tree, which they'll plant around Niagara to help spread the comfort maple around Niagara. I just thought it was a really cool project, so I wanted to share that. And I didn't have it on here, but I know probably Councillor Hahn's going to ask. We did have the presentation that was going to come forward on the airports. Ironically, the consultant's flight got canceled and he wasn't able to present it. So we will be considering that at a further Council of the Whole meeting. And that's it. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the report, Ms. Houston, and I see Councillor Hahn has a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So further to that then, so when you said considering, so it's more or less just a presentation, there's not a vote, or do you have a time frame on a vote, or do you have any, as a member of the commission, I can honestly say we've never been consulted in any way, shape, or form with the region. So we should have an idea of when the vote's going to happen, but I defer to you because they're keeping us in the dark.
Well, so as soon as I saw the information, I shared it with all of you because I know it's of interest to you. I believe staff will be looking for us to make a decision. I can fairly confidently say I don't think this council is interested in taking on the airports at this time. The proposal for the report required about a $15 million investment. And from what I've seen in terms of our proposed budget for next year, which will be even larger than the previous year, I don't think that's a project we're looking to take on right now.
So another point is they're not able to answer whether or not we need a triple majority vote. They seem to constantly work around that. So if there's a way, if you can find that out, they actually need a triple majority vote because we've been informed at one point that that was in fact necessary.
Okay.
So that would be a great question, please, to get an answer to. And number two then, is the vote going to be next meeting? Is that the actual vote? Because at one point they said it'll be pushed back to later in the year, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's it looks like it's in front of us or in front of you. So the timing is a big question mark for us.
Yeah, well, what I'm expecting, similar to like your experience, we get a staff report or a consultant's report that come in front of us. Staff are looking for some type of action, and unless we action it with a motion and it gets support, it'll either go somewhere or it'll fall flat. So I know it will come, I guess, providing the consultant is available at the next Council of the Whole meeting. It'll come to that meeting for consideration.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Hildebrand.
Yes, you've seen the litany of questions I've sent to you.
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask for answers to these questions, but I want council and all the public to realize the situation we're in with regards to waste collection in the Blue Box program. As you know, I'm the representative for the town at Regional Site 12. I've done considerable research now on GFL and Miller myself, the two successful bidders. The very difficult time I had is finding anyone at the region that had any practical experience with both of those suppliers. I finally found an outside support person that had some experience with both of those companies, which I find very disturbing. We selected at the region two contractors that, other than I haven't talked to the director, and I appreciate that offer, no one has really had experience with them. So to tell us that it's going to be a better experience than Amaterra is questionable, and to say we're going to spend more money to get better service is another comment that I don't think is necessarily accurate. You can spend more money and not get any better service. Those are comments I've got from the region. Anyway, the problem I've got with the slide presentation, the government came out in 2016 that the program was going to change. I have seen on your slide presentation nothing done at the region between 2016 and 2020, which disturbs me because half the time is gone, and now we're in a panic stage because we only got half the time left. We spend millions of dollars at the recycling center. We got all kinds of people commitments, and we got no guarantees that the producers are going to buy or use the facility. Mm-hmm. You know, it's puzzling to me how this can get past the region. We've signed a 5-year contract, 5 to 8 year contract with these suppliers, and basically we're running at the end or possibly even past when this blue box and gray box, and I don't know what contingencies the region has developed to have these things.
Well, I can tell you they've engaged a consultant for probably 5 years now on anticipating that this could happen, and even this was something that AMO's been advocating for. So they've done extensive consultation on the recycling plant as an asset, and what kind of investments we should be making into it, but also what kind of life value it has and what kind of resale value it has. So there has been a lot of work understanding that this could come. So I think they are prepared in terms of now that we know that it's going to happen. We just need to know if we could partner with someone and continue to be involved in the services, or if we're going to outright sell the plant and get out of the recycling business altogether.
Yeah, but the thing I know is the recycling plants of the past aren't good enough for the vendors who are buying the stuff for the future, because the percentage or the accuracy and the quality of the plant that you need continues to go up. That's a struggle I see you facing. The one bigger hole or problem I see with signing anything on with a region that I have, as this municipality, the regional municipality has bylaw number 2017-56, a bylaw to regulate the use of waste management system for the regional municipality of Niagara. There are huge penalties for extra services imposed on the municipalities if we don't meet this bylaw 100%. This bylaw is very difficult. And what I don't know, and I need to get an answer on, is this part of the contract with these contractors?
So 2017-56 is our bylaw for waste services,
Correct.
and it is part of what the contractor will have to abide by, and it did form part of the RFP process.
Thank you. That means that if we agree to use the region for our services with these suppliers, we're signing a penalty contract.
Well, I don't think, do you mean if Pelham decides to use Niagara
Extra
region?
service. Yeah, well, obviously, we've signed up to use these things. We're now being asked to ask for extra services to be supplied. There's one particular area that is very, you need specialized equipment where I can see where we could run into penalty contract reading this bylaw and with the contractors in the region's bylaw. Just a general comment. But I'd love to meet with the regional director.
I'm sure she'd be available to meet with you as well. I told her that you had a lot of questions, and she was aware that you had questions, and I know she'd be happy to discuss them with you, and she can speak to this in much more detail than I can.
Thank you so much, Diana.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the councillor? Councillor Chofie.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Talked about the Niagara official plan update, and then 2020 draft policies and complete mapping, in 2021 complete an official draft regional official plan. Is there any talk or anything about the cannabis production facilities being looked at part of the official plan? Like right now within the region, you have Welland, St. Catharines, Niagara-on-the-Lake, Pelham, there's a few others, all have an issue, and they all have interim control bylaws. Is the region looking at this at all? And can they do anything to incorporate this into their official plan? Has there been any talk?
I'm not sure the region has tools available to it to incorporate it into our official plan, and all of the consultation that's taken into account, I'm not sure it would have encompassed the cannabis concerns. But you're aware we had a workshop recently in December. The staff report related to that workshop is now coming forward at Planning and Economic Development at our next meeting. We will also be sending a letter out regarding concerns we have about the inadequacy of the tools available to municipalities. I think the Niagara region's role is more of a facilitator and collaborator and to help in terms of advocacy. I'm not sure we're in a position where we can change planning requirements based on those concerns.
Okay, that's fair. Can you look into it for us, please?
Absolutely.
Ask the question.
Yeah.
And then the last one I have there, under the realm, is there any opportunity for the town, says shade structures and a few other things? I know we were talking about possible benches with covers for the sports fields, the soccer fields and that, possibly for next year, or even maybe the arches. Is there any money available for that? It can fall under shade and structures. Do you know if we can apply for that?
I'm not sure the arches provide adequate shade to be considered a shade structure.
Ah.
But I did
They
forward
claim they put them
on-
for shade for the Summerfest.
I did forward on the application. I shared it with staff in case they had some ideas.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we are in receipt of the application. This is the exact application that we're using to do the landscaping improvements and gateway feature at Rice Road and Port Robinson Road. So one of the stipulations, and I don't have the document from me, I don't have the exact details, but one of the stipulations is that it's improvements that are done along regional roads, along the right-of-way. So obviously, there are two regional roads in the town of Pelham, Highway 20 and Rice Road. And the funding is basically to support landscaping, streetscaping projects adjacent to those regional roads.
However, there's also funding that specifically targets the Niagara 2021 Summer Games. And we know that the cycling races are coming to Pelham. If we could somehow tie in some improvements that would also be beneficial to some of the audience who are experiencing the Summer Games in Pelham, there may be an opportunity there.
And Diana, do you know if that's 50%, like they provide 50% up to 25,000, and then is that how that grant works? I believe it is. Oh, okay. Thank you.
And the minimum is 25, so I believe the municipality has to put in 25 towards a project.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Is that correct? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions for the counselor? Not seeing any. I thank you for your very informative report.
Thanks, everyone.
Motion put forward by Councillor Trophy, seconded by Councillor Hahn. Be it resolved that the March 2nd, 2020 report submitted by Regional Councillor Hewson be received for information. Any further debate? Not seeing any, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, motion put forward by Councillor Kaur, seconded by Councillor Hahn, adoption of minutes. Be resolved that the following minutes be adopted as printed, circulated, and read. 1 C-03-2020, regular council minutes, February 18th, 2020, and 2 SC-02, 2020, special council minutes, February 18th, 2020. After reviewing these minutes, has any counselor got any comments or questions? Not seeing any, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Clerk. Boom, boom, boom. Now we're at business, right? But there's no business.
None that I'm aware of, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so there's no business arising from council minutes. The next item is request to lift consent agenda items for separate consideration. Is there, after reviewing the agenda, is there any agenda that a councillor would like to lift? Councillor Bob, Hildebrandt.
I'm lifting agenda item 9.1.
I'm lifting agenda item 9.1.2.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other, yes, Councillor Trophy.
I'd like to please lift item 9.4.1 and 9.5.1.
I'm sorry, could I have those again?
9.4.1.
Yes.
9.5.1.
Thank you very much. Any other items to be lifted? Okay, if not,
So I've circled the ones that are lifted.
okay. Consent agenda items to be considered in block. Be it resolved that the consent agenda items as listed on the March 2nd, 2020 council agenda be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved as applicable.
As presented on the agenda, save and accept,
Oh.
item 9.1.2.
Yes, yes. Yep. Okay. Save and accept item 9.1.2, 9.4.1, and 9.5.1. Without any, taking out those items, any discussion? If not, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. And now, we will go back. Councilor Hildebrand.
Yes, the agenda item 9.1.2 is a recommendation from the public meeting under the Planning Act on February the 10th. Item 5 relates to the 695 Quaker Road property. I'm asking that the PCOW-01-2020 recommendation number 5 be amended by adding the following direction, and that staff be directed to provide council with a report outlining the proposed overall development plans for the consolidation of lands.
Thank you.
There is no seconder on that motion.
Okay. So the motion reads, put forward by Councilor Hildebrand, seconded by Councilor Wink, that PCOW-01-2020, recommendation number 5 be amended by adding the following staff direction, and that staff be directed to provide council with a report outlining the proposed overall development plans for the consolidated lands. Any discussion on this motion? And perhaps, Councilor Hildebrand, you can talk to it.
Oh, you got a second?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to provide council with the information that I have at this time related to that. I understand at this time, there's an overall development proposal submittal to be given. Land assemblies have begun to occur. Once lands are acquired, a development proposal will be submitted. That's what I think the process is. I am asking for an additional report to the minutes because I want staff to provide council with what I call an overall or preliminary or proposed plan prior to any report of severance or zoning amendment application for this area. My concern is on an individual basis, applying for a severance looks like an automatic thing. What you don't see is I attended the planning meeting. I attended the planning meeting, obviously, but I also attended the CAO meeting, Committee of Adjustment meeting, where the development was working on another part of his total plan, where he was trying to amalgamate a whole bunch of properties in the same area that would, in the end, consolidate the severed part of this property with the rest of all that parcel. And the problem I see for council is that when we make a decision based on one piece here, one piece there, one piece over there, we as council don't see the overall picture, and we could be approving something that doesn't show us the whole puzzle. And we could make an error because everything seems right on an individual basis, but it's not right as a complete picture. And that's why I want a staff report prior to what I'm asking for in the motion.
Does Director of Planning have a comment, perhaps?
Mr. Mayor, through you, you will recall when we had the public meeting, this is the property on Quaker Road, and they are fairly long, deep lots. And what is happening is that there is some land consolidation occurring where the houses located along the front of the property are severed off, and there are two developers that are consolidating the rear portion of the lands. We don't have an overall plan for these areas. They have come in and they are requesting and have requested rezoning approval for an RM1 zone. So we know that they will be coming forward with a townhouse development plan. But that plan will come back to council, certainly through, and require further development approvals. And at this time, until they have completed their land consolidation, there is no overall development plan for this area.
Thank you. Any other questions on this motion? Councilor Hahn?
If we're moving ahead with this motion, then I would make an amendment to the motion. I would request a report from staff to examine front-loading all development charges so that the town will assume less or reduced financial risk or burden associated with development, but rather the developers assume a greater share of the financial burden. Oh, I can write that up for you.
Sarah's keeping track of his motion. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I've just asked the councillor to provide that in writing because I was keeping track of the other motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you need a seconder for that.
Oh, and Councilor Corval, second.
You can call for discussion on it
Pardon
while
me?
she's ready. You can call for discussion while
Yeah.
she's ready.
So discussion on the amendment or on the motion? I guess if I can go back to the director again, other than buying land, I'm curious to see what your staff report would look like. What the motion is for you to come back, for staff to come back with a report. How do you see this report looking? I mean, they haven't filed any plans yet.
Mr. Mayor, through you, yes, I'm not exactly sure what I would be able to present to council. We don't, in terms of the town, does not have an overall development plan for that area. It is designated residential in our official plan, and a number of properties have been rezoned to permit townhouse development along the rear portion. There have been some preliminary concepts that developers have done illustrating what that might look like, but there's been no formal application yet. So there's nothing public in terms of a development plan for that area.
Yes, Councilor Hildebrand, maybe you can be a little more descriptive of what you're looking for.
Well, my concern is we're asking the severance is proposed ahead of us. My concern is we're going to go ahead and piecemeal this thing and not put the whole puzzle together before we make an approval. That's my concern.
Clerk, of course, in her wisdom, realized that we're just talking on the amendment right now. Sorry. So that was my fault. So on the amendment, have you got the amendment? Is it here?
Right here.
Okay. Request for a report from staff to examine front-loading all development charges so that the town will assume less/reduced financial risk burden associated with development, but rather developers assume a greater share of the financial burden. So that's the amendment, and it's seconded. Any comments, questions on this? Councilor Hahn.
Through you, Mayor, and this is for not this specific to this development. I'm talking in general for developments anywhere in the town of Pelham.
Any comment, Director?
Mr. Mayor, through you, perhaps Councillor Hahn could clarify what she means by upfronting the development charges. Currently, our development charges bylaw requires that the development charges are payable at building permit stage. So I'm not sure what, when you're saying upfronting the development charges, at what stage she wants that to be.
Through you, Mayor. So throughout the process, there's timeframes that for payments, and that they can take some time. And based on the amount of development we've had in the town, clearly it doesn't seem as though we're able to see a windfall of money. So when the economy turns, which it likely could, I don't want the town and the taxpayers of this town to be absorbing any financial burden or risk for a development that is stalled, or for any monies that we as taxpayers have had to put forth for any infrastructure work whatsoever, while things could slow in the economy in general.
Any comments from the director as to the direction?
Mr. Mayor, no. We'll do a report, and hopefully it'll address Councillor Hahn's questions and concerns.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment, any other discussion? Okay, Councilor Wink.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so Ms. Weens, do other municipalities collect development charges as what's being proposed here?
Mr. Mayor, through you, the Development Charges Act stipulates that development charges are payable at building permit stage. So if there are costs to requiring our infrastructure to be expanded or improved as a result of development, the developer generally pays those costs, and he gets refunded back when we collect the development charges. The town does not generally put out those costs on our own. That hasn't been our policy, so we can certainly prepare a report to council and outline what the policy is and what the procedure is. The risks generally are on the developer, and the timing on when they get paid back is obviously dependent on when development charges are received, and then we refund the money.
Okay, thank you for that. So if I see no further comments or questions, we'll vote on the amendment. Everyone clarified, or would you like it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we're voting now for staff to bring us back a report, or to follow through with Councillor Hahn's motion? Report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, a motion by Councillor Hahn, seconded by Councillor Kaur, that the motion presented by Councillor Hildebrand be amended by adding the following: that staff provide a report to examine front-loading all development charges so that the town will assume less or reduce financial risks or burdens associated with development, but rather developers assume a greater share of the financial burden.
Any more discussion? Then I'll call the vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Okay. Any opposed? Okay, amendment passes. So now,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, your motion on the floor now is the motion by Councillor Hildebrand, seconded by Councillor Wink, as amended.
okay. That PCOW-01-2020 recommendation number 5 be amended by adding the following staff direction. and that staff be directed to provide council with a report outlining the proposed overall development plans for the consolidated lands, and request for a report from staff to examine front-loading all development charges so that the town will assume less/reduced financial risk burden associated with development, but rather developers assume a greater share of the financial burden. Any discussion on the motion as now presented? Not seeing any. Call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.
And then through you, Mr. Mayor, we still do need a motion to approve Planning Committee of the Whole recommendations as presented on the consent agenda, with recommendation 5 being amended.
So I just call the vote on that?
So you could use the same mover and seconder as the consent agenda, being Councillor Hahn and Councillor Wink. And just for clarity, that would be to approve Planning Committee of the Whole 01/2020 public meeting under the Planning Act February 10th recommendations, with recommendation number 5 as amended.
Okay. Any questions, debate on this motion? Okay, not seeing any. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 more items that were lifted from the consent agenda
Okay, so
by
9
Councillor
points.
Chofie.
Yeah, Councillor Trophy, I believe.
Yeah, so lifting item 9.4.1, autism. I think that declaring April the 2nd Autism Day here in Pelham is fantastic. Can staff please share with council how the town plans on engaging the community and making them aware of this day? Because I think it's very important.
Mr. CAO, how do I? Director of Communications then, perhaps.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly the proclamation will be shared on our website. We'll share it on social media. If there's anything in particular that council would like to highlight or that senior staff would like to highlight, working with them, we will make sure that that information gets out well in advance of April 2nd.
Okay, thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you also had 9.5. Oh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as well, if there is a flag presentation in the absence of a community flagpole, because of the season, we haven't installed that yet, there may be like a photo opportunity for the mayor to hold the flag or something like that out in front of the building. As well, you still need a resolution now to, you could use the mover and seconder, Councillor Hahn, Councillor Wink, that council receive the information by Autism Ontario and proclaim and make the proclamation. So you need to vote on that motion.
Okay, so on the motion, any discussion? If not, all those in favor? All those against? Motion passes. And then you also pulled 9.51.
Yeah, 9.5.1. That was from the Niagara Federation of Agriculture. They're looking for Bill 156, Security from Trespass and Protecting Food and Safety Act. This is just more of a point of interest. The paragraph number 1, which is very important. The Niagara Federation of Agriculture is an agricultural organization with over 1,400 farm family members. Niagara offers the most diversified area of food production in all of Canada. And agriculture has proven to be the economic mainstay in Niagara. So I think it is important that we do everything we can to protect that. And this even falls in line with what the CCC is also doing, is coexistence and working together with protecting the farmland in our area. That's all.
Any other comments on this?
So you need a motion to.
Oh, and we need a motion, so motion, what, so what's that motion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you can still use Councilors Hahn and Wink on the consent agenda, that the council receive the correspondence from the Niagara Federation of Agriculture regarding Bill 156, Security from Trespass and Protecting Food Safety Act for information.
Okay. Any other comments on this? If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Excellent. And that moves us on. Okay, flip the page. Motion put forward. Motion put forward by Councilor Hildebrand, seconded by Councilor Wink. Be it resolved that Council receive report number 2020-0032 and that Council approve the creation of a part-time town solicitor position in conjunction with the Township of Wainfleet and the Town of Fort Erie, and that the Chief Administrative Officer and Human Resources Coordinator be directed to initiate the recruitment process. Mr. CAO, do you have any comments, any further comments outside the report?
No, Your Worship, I believe it speaks for itself.
Okay, so I will now ask members of council for any comments, questions on this report. Councilor Wink.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO, would this position be required to be paid mileage from Pelham to Fort Erie, or has that been considered?
We've had some modest back and forth on that. The reality is that the person should be able to do his or her job, the vast majority of it from any one spot in any one given day. And the Canada Revenue Agency has been enormously clear that you get to choose where you work and your transportation costs to work are your own. This contemplates the person probably spending the majority of their time here at the town of Pelham and slightly less physical time at the other two locations. But that person's free to choose where they live and what that means for their own transportation costs. Where employers require you to move around, that's when the employer pays mileage. You incur, it's a cost of doing business at that point in time. So mileage won't be zero, admittedly. But I don't think it's going to be a significant item. And at the end of the day, ultimately, it's going to be borne, to the extent there are those expenses do exist, they'll be borne by three parties.
So one thing I would like to add to this is the town of Fort Erie. The mayor approached me last Thursday at council, at the end of council, and they were quite ecstatic that this arrangement was going to be made. They have used a part-time lawyer themselves, a retired gentleman, for 2 days a week since 2014. They found that to be a great working relationship, just having a full-time, part-time lawyer. And this gentleman is now moving into full retirement. So it just coincides with our plan. If you choose to go with this, they were more than happy to get into a partnership with us, and the same as Wainfleet. I was talking to that mayor. They're obviously hoping that this council, their council has already, I believe, passed it. They're obviously hoping that we will follow suit. That's all I can say. Yes, Councilor Trophy.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. In the report, it says the three chief administrative officers have met and held multiple discussions on the program operating considerations. The CAOs are essentially in agreement that the town solicitor will be a direct employee of the town of Pelham. Pelham would therefore incur all of the immediate employment obligations such as provisions of benefits, OMERS, pension plan, law society dues, training, budget, etc. The other two municipalities will ultimately be invoiced for their portion share, 40% to the town of Fort Erie, 20% to Wainfleet. let's say after 6 months or 1 year or something goes south, who would be on the hook for severance? Would we split that 3 ways too, if we had to go that way?
Yes, but I like to think optimistically.
It could happen, though. We know it happens, and I just want to make sure there's not going to be like a $50,000 or $100,000.
It could happen.
Cost to,
everything's proportionate.
Okay.
Councilor Hildebrand.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Chofee's comments, but I'd also like to ask this question. Are you envisioning this, I guess this question is the CAO, are we envisioning that this is going to save us legal fees from our town's legal company?
At the moment, council sets aside monies for legal services expenditure annually in the budgeting process. But the town doesn't set aside money for Company A versus Company B versus Company C. In fact, today alone, you've had legal advice from 2 different external corporate, by way of example only. So there's simply a pot, if you want to think of it in those terms, and it gets spent as need dictates in any given year. That's more labor, or that's more planning, or that's what have you. We have to adjust. It's fundamentally a reactive expenditure. So I hope that's a fair answer, sir.
Okay, any other, well, at least Councilor Hahn.
Through you, Mayor, this question is to CAO. So this person essentially is a generalist of sorts then?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, and the other question then is there an opportunity then, kind of running with the theme that Councillor Chofee initiated, and that is if something should go south, is there an opportunity perhaps that this could be run as a pilot or as a contract? As a pilot project?
I think this is a spectacularly good employment opportunity. It's going to allow a municipal lawyer or a labor lawyer, someone with some good public sector exposure, a chance to be the lead solicitor for 3 different communities that have different profiles, different wants, different needs, and a spectacular variety of work. So I think it has the fundamental capacity to attract someone who likes variety and challenge, and ultimately is comfortable in his or her own skin, and because they're, with some exception for items for the town of Pelham, they're going to be an island unto themselves. All of that being said, it has long been my opinion, and it remains so to this day, that you don't attract good candidates by offering someone a 6-month contract or a 1-year try-me. We are not going to get a quality lawyer who has built him or herself up a good practice, or has a meaningful career at a large municipality somewhere else in the province of Ontario, to leave either permanent employment with a significant municipality or a thriving law practice for a 1-year try-me deal. We will not attract quality in that instance. We have years of legal spend, as you've seen in the older report, indicating that we routinely expend well over what we budget. Fort Erie has had a very positive experience with this recently. Forget recently, since 2014. I don't want to describe it as recent. They've been doing this for 6 years. It's worked well for them. And at my last employer, they found 6-figure savings by making this same move. This is not something, we are not inventing a wheel. We are reinventing the wheel. We're adopting it to our own needs. But I don't think we can attract top-notch talent, and that's really what we want. In fact, if we're not able to attract top-notch talent, if I'm wrong for whatever reason, then I don't think we'll engage in a hire. This only works if you find the right individual, but I don't think you find the right individual by giving him or her 6 months or a year trial. You have to assume that it's for a permanent ongoing employment relationship. The other 2 municipalities, one larger than us and one smaller than us, both think they have very strong business cases. One through experience and the other through years of looking at its historical expenditure data. When we looked at our expenditure data, we too have a business case. So it's up to you, council, to decide whether or not there's a strong case here. If you feel there's a case here, please approve this as a permanent ongoing job, as Fort Erie already has, and as Wainfleet, well, actually, I understand Wainfleet's passed it too. I couldn't testify to that, but I understand that from something else I heard. That this is an opportunity that really is only likely to be successful if it's a permanent employment.
Any other questions, comments? Not seeing any, I'll call the vote. Guess I'll read it again. And that council approve the creation of a part-time town solicitor position in conjunction with the Township of Wainfleet and the Town of Fort Erie, and that the Chief Administrative Officer and Human Resources Coordinator be directed to initiate the recruitment process. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you.
So the motion as presented on the agenda is the full, but the two councillors are suggesting this paragraph be removed.
So don't we have to go for an amendment? No.
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. So 11.2.2, that council receive report number 2020-0026, procedural planning issue regarding cannabis. Sorry.
So the motion as presented on the agenda is the motion in full there.
So I have to read this all, and then if they want to
And
take it
then
out, it's
call
an
for an
amendment.
amendment.
I see. Okay, and that council directs staff to proceed in accordance with the legal advice received and from Aird and Burles LLP in this regard. Comments on this motion? Okay, Council Trophy.
Yeah. I'm looking at the opinion, and in the opinion, I mentioned this before, it says, in order to satisfy the requirement of subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, that council determine whether further notice is required. Town council must be in a position to understand and consider the extent of the changes that have been made to the draft zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment since September 2019 public meeting. In order to be in that position, in our opinion, staff should prepare a report for council's consideration that clearly sets out the changes that have been made to the planning instruments since the public meeting. If based on this review of the changes, council determines that a second public meeting is not required, council should make it clear by resolution that having considered the matters outlined in the staff report, no further public notice is required. If council determines not to hold a statutory public meeting, in our opinion, given the degree of public interest in cannabis-related matters, the town should hold an open house to provide the public with the opportunity to understand and provide feedback on the changes that have been made to the zoning bylaw amendment and the official plan amendment since the September 29 public meeting. I've stated it before. I think it's too early to decide now, tonight. We don't have the information in front of us. Once we receive the official plan and the zoning bylaw drafts, and we look at it and see if a public meeting is required.
So then, so first of all, other comments from councilors. So then, we could make an amendment to this, and just instead of the last part, we just say that council receive report number 2020-0026, procedural planning issue regarding cannabis. And I would think that would be for information. Yes, for information only. Discussion and questions on just that part of the motion.
Can you please give me some clarity on what you mean by that, by receiving it just for information, so, and what it entails?
Madam Clerk, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, receiving a report for information simply receives the report in and of itself with no action recommended to move forward on it.
Thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on the amended motion? Not seeing
You
any?
need a mover, so you have a mover and
Oh.
seconder to remove that, using the same
Okay,
mover and seconder,
okay,
to remove that last paragraph.
okay. So, Counselor Stewart, are you prepared to make this amendment?
Thanks.
Okay, and.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Could we not just vote on the first motion as it appeared on, as we received it, either yes or no?
Well, the first, oh, I see what you're saying.
That's fine. You can always divide it. It makes no difference at this point in time. You're better off just having a vote. It's 8:48.
So, I'm sorry, so what are you suggesting?
Well, Councillor Trophy suggesting you divide that into two.
Well,
so
he's
you-
actually saying just vote on it the way it was.
Okay,
He doesn't want to divide it.
yeah. Well,
Are you okay with that, Madam Clerk?
then he just votes against it.
Challenging the clerk tonight. So we do have a request to remove that, so you can either vote that down as that amendment, and then the motion goes back to the motion as presented.
Yep.
Yeah, which is just the one sentence.
No.
No?
No. If
Oh.
you approve the amendment, then you would go back. If the amendment is approved to remove that paragraph,
Yes,
then you vote on only receiving the
Yes.
report for information.
yes.
If the amendment fails, then you present the motion as presented again.
Okay, okay. You understand that, Counselor? Okay, so first we're going to vote on the amendment, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, who put the motion forward to amend it?
The motion was put forward by Counselor Stewart. No, we use the same seconders, and so Counselor Stewart and Counselor Wink seconded.
Thank you.
Okay. So on the amendment, so we're going to take out, and that council directs staff to proceed in accordance with the legal advice received from Arid and Bless in this regard. So we're going to take this out of the motion. So all those in favor of removing this from the motion? Okay, thank you. And all those against taking this out? Okay, so that motion.
So now you go back to the motion as it's originally presented,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so now we go back to so the amendment stays, or the original motion stays. So that council received report number 2020-0026, procedural planning issue regarding cannabis, and that council directs staff to proceed in accordance with the legal advice received from Aird and Burlesque in this regard. Any discussion on this? Yes, Councilor Trophy.
The legal advice from Aaron Burlesque.
Yes.
The legal advice from Aaron Burlesque is that. It was what I just read out.
Yes, which was read in closed session, by the way.
I need some clarity before I vote on that.
Okay.
Are we voting to have the public meeting? Yes or no? That's what I want.
Madam Clerk?
I would defer to the CAO.
Oh. The motion as it stands, Mr. CAO, how do you look at the result?
The way this was drafted was that staff would write a report outlining reasons why, in its opinion, you need to hold a public meeting on the subject of cannabis. So with what currently stands now, you're going to receive the report, tick. Secondly, that you're going to proceed in accordance with the legal advice, which we have now waived privilege to. And that advice apparently recommends that staff write you a report. So you will be receiving a future report if you pass this as is. Which is to say, you are not having a vote tonight on whether or not you're going to hold a public meeting or an open house.
So we're voting actually on the staff report on the, on their land. So we want to, okay, a report from staff's land use policy.
Staff will write a report that addresses the only advice you have right now or that's complete is the staff document. The CCC continues to be a work in progress.
Yes. Okay. Councilor Trophy.
I think it's premature right now. We need to get the full report from the CCC, the external planning consultant that we have, and legal before we do anything. So I want to defer this.
But, so just, let's clarify this. So this, if we vote yes on this, if I'm wrong, please someone, we're instructing is for staff to clarify why we need the public meeting. Am I correct there, Mr. CAO?
You are correct. That's also the advice you've received, the legal advice you've received.
Thank you. So we're not passing whether we are going to have it. We're instructing staff to explain to this council, to bring a staff report to this council why they think we should have the public meeting. That's what we're voting on here. Any other comments? Okay, not seeing any. So we're not voting on the public meeting tonight. We're voting on staff to bring a report to council as to why, in their opinion, this town should have a public meeting. That's what we're voting on. Okay. Okay. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. And all those not in favor. Okay. So staff doesn't ready report. Thank you.
Less work.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
Extend the curfew or go to the Gypsy Moth report?
Oh, pardon me?
Do you want to extend the curfew or go to the Gypsy Moth report?
No, let's leave it extensive. Okay. Okay, council, we're approaching 4 minutes to curfew. So we have a motion put forward by Councilor Hildebrand, seconded by Councilor Wink, that the rules of procedure as contained in the Town of Pelham procedural bylaw be suspended, and that the specified meeting curfew time of 9 p.m. be and is hereby waived, and that the remainder of the business listed on the agenda for this meeting continue to be considered until the check mark is all matters have been concluded, or we could go until a set time. Let's vote on the all matters have been concluded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. Motion put forward by Councilor Stewart, seconded by Councilor Wink. The committee received report number 2020-0021, 2019 Gypsy Moth Monitoring Report, and 2020 Gypsy Moth Management Program Report for information, and that committee recommend that council approve the extension of contract number 2019 PW-19 to Lamond Inco BioForest to include the services required to develop and administer an aerial spray program, or aerial spray and public volunteer program estimated at $35,000 plus HST, and that committee recommend that council approve the use of Zimmer Air Services to conduct the 2020 aerial spray program, and that committee recommend that council direct staff to conduct a Gypsy Moth aerial spray program as described in option 2, utilizing the approved budget of $150,000. Discussion and comments on this motion. Councilor Hildebrand.
This is just a general comment. Last year when we were going through all the issues with the residents, I actually had some positive experiences that I'd like to tell you about. I had a resident contact me, and he said he wasn't in the spray area. He called the town and was unable to get himself into this town spray block. And he called me and said, do you think there's any possibility that I can get my property sprayed? And what I recommended to him was, you know, the consultant that we used is very approachable. And I said, I can come and see where you live, because I know that the twin-engine aircraft does not turn on a dime, and I know that there's overspray. And I said, there's a great possibility, because I can see the plane making a right turn rather than a left turn, and if he makes a right turn, I can see he'll cover your property. So I said, the main question is, are you willing to pay? And when I asked that gentleman, he says, hey, I spent a fortune on my land. I'm willing to pay. I says, well, call our consultant. I think you can probably make a deal just like the rural residents make a deal. And a couple of weeks later, I gave him a call. He said he was so thankful because he was able to make a deal just like the rural residents make a deal. So possibly one of the other councilors may want to speak to that issue to see whether there's some options for people that want to, you know, that if we're spraying our public areas, that the residents, if they're close to the spray block or the infested area that is being sprayed, that they can be included just like the rural people that were in the past spray program.
Any comments on that, Director of Public Works?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The report that's in front of you today is to develop a spray program for the town of Pelham. With respect to the funds that we have available in our budget. So there are other companies that do administer spray programs. The consultant that we're recommending to move forward with tonight actually does not build their own programs. So there's opportunities definitely for residents that would not be included. If they're not included as part of the town of Pelham spray program, there are opportunities through other consultants. We do have one that worked with us last year that I haven't had conversations with that particular individual with respect to what plans are in place for a spray program for 2020, but I believe there are some options out there, and we can get information out to residents with respect to what their options are in being included in a separate spray program.
Councilor? Yes, Councilor Hahn.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so to that end, I think it would be appropriate then if the town has a preferred company or a list of companies, but if we could provide at least people who aren't going to be part of the spray program but want to take the initiative to do their own private property, that they get a discount, a preferred rate, some sort of pre-negotiated rate. So for instance, you go out to company, you know, ABC, and you've discussed with them to say, hey, you know what, people call in, they get X% off, so that there's some incentive for people that want to spend the money to do their own property, that they might get a little bit of a break. Something along those lines, is that something that you could consider?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it would be very difficult for town staff to work out rebates or deals with other service providers. That would be up to the residents to get together and source out other firms or companies that would administer the spray program, and that would be the responsibility of the resident themselves to work out what the best plan and what the best program for them would be. At the town, we've got a budget that we're trying to work within here. We're retaining a consultant that will develop a spray program for the town of Pelham, which may include only municipal property. It may include both municipal and private property. It may include private property in the urban and rural areas. But we would develop a program based on the wishes of council with respect to the size of the program, and we would contract directly with one service provider to develop a spray program as part of the town of Pelham's program. Anything outside of that would be the responsibility of the residents, but part of our policy is to educate and get information out to residents on what they can do to protect your properties. And basically, we would be more than happy to get as much resources out there to the residents so that they're able to move forward with protecting the trees on their property as well, whether that's through banding or developing a spray program with another consultant.
Councilor Hahn, you finished? Are you done? Okay. So Director of Public Works, Jason, if I can, to clarify this, if we pass every one of these recommendations tonight as it stands, then how much of the town, with utilizing the approved budget of $150,000, how much are we going to? We're just spraying town line. We're just spraying town property then.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the current budget that's been approved for the Gypsy Moth is $150,000. We're anticipating that administration costs, which would be the formulation of a spray program and the consulting services leading up to the spray, checking post-efficacy sprays, making sure that we've got value for our money, as well as doing the communication, obtaining the permits. We're anticipating those costs to be in the order of $40,000. So that would leave us with roughly $110,000 to conduct a spray program, to actually spray. Based on the estimates that we received from Zimmer Air of $885 per hectare, that equates to approximately 125 hectares of land that would be sprayed. That 125 hectares of land is made up of municipal property and private property. Based on the defoliation surveys and the report that BioForest completed, we're anticipating that approximately 33 hectares would be municipally owned property, which would be our parks, and sensitive land uses that the town owns. And the remaining portion would be private property. So roughly around 90 hectares of land. To give you some type of, I guess, relation back to last year. Last year, we sprayed approximately 45 hectares of private land. So the program this year with $110,000 would be approximately double the size of what we did last year in the private end.
Please. So let's say it gets out. Obviously, it's going to. This is what it's all about. So that we are just going to stick at 150,000, and we're going to spray. Is it 33 acres or 33 hectares of town property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's 33 hectares of municipal property.
Yes.
And as well as 90 hectares of
private.
Of private.
Okay,
correct.
so let's say. So if the Joe public realizes that, and so how fast would we get out the actual map that's going to be sprayed? When would that hit our website so that residents see that they're not in the spray zone? Would they have the opportunity at that time, and what is the deadline that if they wanted to jump on our expertise and Zimmer Air, when would they have to, when's the latest that they can jump in? Or is it already too late? I'm sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we don't believe it's too late. Our timeline would be if we get approval by council tonight to proceed with BioForest, our consultant that completed the infestation survey. If we get the go-ahead, we're going to start developing our spray blocks, and we are coming back to council with a report which will lay out what those spray blocks are and what the areas that we will be spraying. So we will be seeking approval from council with respect to, based on the decision we make tonight, we will be coming back with a report to council which will basically lay out the program and the areas that will be sprayed for approval prior to proceeding. Obviously, it'll be very important that once we develop those spray blocks and get that through council, to come back and get a public outreach program going so that people know whether they're in the block or whether they're out.
Yes.
Our policy states that we will let residents know by the 1st of May who's going to be in the spray blocks and who's going to be out. So obviously, the sooner the better. We would like to get information out to residents sooner than that. Like I said, the intention is for the town to move forward with a spray program. With our consultant, we will not be soliciting requests from public to be part of our spray program, but we will definitely direct residents to what they can do to protect their trees and what other providers are out there that may be implementing their own spray program that they could be a part of.
But, so the question was, I know we won't actively look for people to join us. If they were to join at a certain length of time, May 1st obviously seems to be too late. Once we get the map up and show everybody what the spray blocks are, and if we do get another 40 or 50, is that not going to be possible for them to say, okay, you guys, we would like to join your program at this cost, and is that possible? Or are you, because it sounds to me like you're saying this is us, and that the residents are going to have to, we will guide them to other means and other contractors, but they won't be able to join us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
And I'm not saying for nothing. I'm saying if they're adjacent to where we're spraying, okay, you can join us and we'll put you in the plan, but it's going to be on their dime.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, the plan would be to develop our spray program, and we would execute that program. We would direct people that were not included in that program. We'd give them educational pieces to let them know what they can do to protect their properties. And if there's other suppliers or firms that are conducting spray programs in the town of Pelham, then we would direct them to that resource to be able to try to develop their own spray programs.
Yes. Because aerial, of course, is just one way. There are boom trucks and what have you, I believe, and of course the burlap bag around the truck. That's Martin. I take it that's what you're suggesting.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. There are other alternatives and methods that are used to protect the trees. The idea is that if staff has the blessing of council to go ahead with developing spray blocks and coming back, I believe our next meeting is in April, the 6th. We would March 23rd. With respect to timelines, that we would not meet that date to come back to council with a spray block development and what we're going to have in place for a program. So it would be the meeting after that. So it'd be early April when we would have the answer with respect to what we're going to spray. And then based on council's approval, we would get that information out to residents, and that would give them the month of April to get onto another program.
Okay, great. Any other questions by council? Council Trophy?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really concerned that we're running out of time again, and we're going to get in the same situation that we were in last year. We decided that we're going to go and spray, and then we said we'll worry about the billing later. $150,000, we approved that tonight. Option number 2, I'm concerned where the spray blocks are going to be, and who's going to get sprayed and who's not for that $150,000. I just want to make sure it's consistent and everybody's treated properly. So we won't know that until we get the spray blocks. We're going to be doing 90 hectares of private and 33 hectares of municipal for that $150,000, including the consulting fees are in there as well. So, yeah, I'm concerned about that.
Any comments from the director on as far as equal spraying, I guess? Are you meaning between Fenwick and Fonthill? Is that?
Yeah, urban and rural. Yeah, who's going to be in that spray block? Like, we can tell in there, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that whole section that's mapped out in there for the $150,000, including the consultant fees.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. We're not going to be able to spray everything. So we will be relying on the language in our policy to bring back a spray program that reflects that policy that was presented to council. we've heard from the consultant tonight. We understand. Let me first say that there is $150,000 already approved as part of the 2020 operating budget. So you're not approving additional funds tonight. That money is already approved through our operating budget to address the Gypsy Moth issue. So we heard from our consultant tonight, and there are more sensitive areas that we would look at as part of a spray program with a limited budget. And those areas would most likely be focused in the urban areas that are where those trees are more susceptible to other stresses that would cause possible tree mortality if there was severe defoliation. And so obviously as a town, we want to protect our natural and our cultural and our environmental resources as well. So that will include spraying some of our severely infested parks and parklands and the urban areas adjacent to those.
Thank you. Councillor Corr.
To the treasurer, if we took option number 4, what would the taxpayer pay more for the 1 year?
This is with regards to the full amount?
Yes, number 4. I think it worked out to 390,000.
If it's the full amount to cover the 930,000? I don't have the number 4 here.
No, option 4, I think it's 500,000.
Oh, 500,000?
And I think it worked out to 390,000. And how much more would taxpayers pay?
Okay. Just 1 second. So, divided by... Yeah, but...
I worked out to $59 or...
Yeah, it's about half. So, for the full amount was $118,000 extra, and so that would be approximately about $60 more.
So we're going to ask her, if we go to number 4 to the Director of Public Works, how much more could we spray with that if we took option 4?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on the committee report 2020-0017, which was the last report presented to council, option 4, with an estimated cost of about $500,000, that would cover approximately 574 hectares of land.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, through the presentation, she had a urban section of Fawn Hill and also urban section of Fenwick. Would that cover both them? And most of the infestation happened between Canberra to Quaker. Would they be able to do all those sections with the money if we decide number 4?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it's hard to tell exactly without the spray box being developed. What I presented earlier was there was roughly 1,200 hectares of land that was severely infested, and approximately 560 hectares was located within the urban boundary of Fenwick and Fawn Hill, and also included some of the outlying areas surrounding those urban lands that were severely infested, so a little bit into the rural areas, but just basically to cover off some of those outside of those urban boundaries. So to answer the councillor's question, if we proceed with an urban spray program of $500,000, then most likely we would be able to cover most of the areas that are severely infested within the urban boundaries, as well as some of our municipal parks. I can't tell for certain right now if that would cover the cost of the corridor down Canberra Road. That's something that we would have to bring back to council with a report when we get some firm pricing on and develop spray blocks.
Can I make amendment that we select number 4 and take out number 2? Oh.
Oh, sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Corr, it's approximately $50. You turned it on. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Corr, it's approximately $50.
And that would be a one-time charge?
It would be for this year's budget.
Yes.
Yes.
And would it be separate on the tax bill?
Yes, it would be added to the tax bill, yes.
But it'd be a separate line?
No, it's just part of it. We can't separate it out. But $50 is the average household, so it depends on what your assessment is. That's just the average amount.
That's the question I wanted to answer.
$700,000 houses.
Yes.
So it would be $50 if you're 348, if you're assessed at 348, and
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
yes, and then
Yeah, it
the
depends on
scale
your
up.
assessment, yes.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, what would be the highest and what would be the lowest?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't say that right now. It just
Are we
depends on your
looking at some
assessment.
residents paying $200-300 and some residents paying $50?
Yes, like, that could be true, yeah, it depends on what your assessment value is of your home, yeah.
So I guess one other question. Is there no way we could just put this at $50 and just, instead of, who cares if the guy's living in a $400,000 house or an $800,000? The plane goes over it, he's not gonna know. What-
Well, through you, Mr.
Can't we just
Mayor-
make it?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, this would be an administrative, it's a lot of work. I mean, to be doing separate bills.
Oh, because the whole tax setup is set on this
The
impact.
tax system is not set for that. So we just put it as part of the tax increase.
Oh, because I think it'd be a lot easier sell to the community if it was $50 a resident, or $50 a resident, a house. But that's not a possibility. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Council Trophy.
Yes.
Oh, no? Yeah. Any other questions? No? Okay. We're waiting for the conversation. Okay. Any questions, Councilor Hahn?
Actually, yes, I'll think of a couple here. Through you, Mayor, this question would be to the Director of Public Works. With regards to going to tender, just want to understand, did we go to tender with regards to Zimmer Air? We heard earlier that the organization that Allison's from has only ever used Zimmer Air, but I'm finding it difficult to believe that they're the only show in Southern Ontario.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation by staff is to proceed with the services of Zimmer Air to sole source the contract to them for the aerial spray program. We've looked around. They are the only service provider in Eastern Canada that provides a service.
You did a search then, that's for all of Southern Ontario. That's the only company.
Yes, through Mr. Mayor, we've talked to other municipalities that have conducted spray programs. We've relied on the recommendation of our consultant as well that's done our defoliation surveys and our infestation surveys. And yes, they confirm as well that Zimmer Air is the only supplier in Eastern Canada.
Any more questions, Councilor, or is that, gotcha?
Nope, not right now.
Okay.
So back.
Oh,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the treasurer. So work this out again. So if we charge $50 per resident and we have 6,500 homes in our,
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, it'll be an average of $50 per average household. It can't be per house. Our system is not set up to bill that way.
and there's no way of charging just a flat rate of $50 per household on a
It would be a
bill.
very manual system, and it would take a lot of staff time to do that. So,
And we can't send out separate bills of $50.
last year,
Because if we-
last year we sent out,
Well, we did it last year because
Yeah,
there was
and it-
294
and it-
people and
right,
I'm not too
yeah.
happy with that
and
one.
that was a very manual intensive process.
But we could, if we did $50 per, that means 350,000. We could
I'm just saying
have more
it's-
to spray with.
It's just more equitable right now to do it based on the tax system because it's based on the assessment. So whatever increase it is, if the average household is $350,000 and they're paying $50, and another home is $800,000 and they're paying that same percentage of whatever that increase is. It's just more equitable.
Yeah, but then we'll raise more than the money we require.
No, because, well, in your case.
Yeah, you will be raising more money than, if the bottom's gonna be 50 and the top's gonna be 300.
I'm just saying, right now,
Okay.
we can't do a manual billing of over 7,000 bills. We can't do that, because we can't trace it. We would be tracing it manually.
So how did we do it last year when we charged the residents $294?
We traced it manually, and that was.
And what did that cost the city to get that?
Well, it cost the tax clerk quite a bit of time of tracking along with the cashiers. So this would be a minimum of 2 to 3 weeks of work for her to do this. Okay.
I'm not trying to be rude, but that's what we pay people to do. To me, I think that would be the right thing to do, charge everyone $50, and if it takes manual, so be it. We could raise $350, and I don't think anybody in our community will be upset with that.
I don't have a mover and a seconder for that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have a mover and a seconder for
Okay.
that.
Councilor
So through
Wynn?
you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Corr's point, $50 is the average. So that's based on an assessment of $340,000. There are people who have assessments much less than that. So they're going to be asked to pay more than everyone else. And there's going to be other people that, if it's $50 across the board, really those people should be paying $250. The other fly in the ointment on this is we're also charging the people in the rural area an extra $50 or whatever, and they're not getting the benefit of the spray program.
I'm just trying to save the trees.
Councilor Hahn?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We spoke earlier about the efficiency and effectiveness of having joint efforts with other municipalities and how that can fare well for us. So I'm just wondering if we have, well, it sounds like we haven't based on what the mayor said earlier, but I know I've talked with councillors in Port Coburn that are concerned. There's Lincoln, West Lincoln, I believe, that's got somewhere in the notes that they're doing something or thinking about doing something. So can we not reach out to some of the other folks and find out, you know, if there's opportunity to do something there, which is question one. Question two is, I also had asked if there's been research done with regards to reaching out to any other source, whether it's MOE or whether it's various tree organizations, tree conservation organizations, whether it's our MPP, for any sort of funding of any sort. Has that been done?
Madam Treasurer?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hahn. With regards to the other municipalities, I have asked all of the area treasurers in the region, and only the town of West Lincoln has a $7,000 budget for spraying this year. The rest of the municipalities don't have anything in their 2020 budget, so they're not doing anything. So that's where they're at. They don't have an issue with gypsy moths. And with regards to looking for grant funding, I have called at least 4 organizations, and I'm also waiting from our MPP, who is looking into any additional funding. So he's looking at provincial or federal funding, and I'm waiting to hear back from our MPP.
What other organizations you said, are the other 4 you're waiting on or that you've
Okay,
contacted?
no, so I spoke to the Ministry of the Environment. I called the MPCA. I'm still waiting to hear back from them. There was also the Invasive Species Center. I called them as well. And the next one was the Forest Recovery Canada, was another place that I'm still waiting for a reply.
Further to that, did you reach out to the region? Because if the region has money for park benches and sculptures for entries to towns, perhaps they have money to throw at us for something that's invasive and going to kill our trees.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, part of the area treasurers meetings, we did have the region there, and they don't have any money in their budgets for Gypsy Moth.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, and I'm not getting off this $50 bit. So we can't send out a bill to residents at $50 per resident, and I understand what my colleague, Mr. Wink, Councilor Wink says, but if we charge $50 per resident at 6,700 residents in our community, it works out to $335,000. And yes, I know there will be a cost to that, and that would be fair and equitable right across the board for every person.
Councilor Hildebrand.
Does Councilor Corr realizes the headaches that we had as councilors from residents beating our door down about the bills that we sent them and trying to collect those things?
Listen, I understand that, but are we going to stand here 5 years from now and see no leaves on our tree? That's why we're elected, to make those hard decisions.
Well, I've heard, Mr. CEO, you have something?
Look, property tax is about the only progressive tax this country employs because people tend to live in homes that are the equivalent of their incomes. That isn't perfectly true, every human, but generally speaking, the wealthier you are, the nicer your home. Generally speaking, the nicer your property, the more trees it has. $50 per means that someone who has a much smaller property and 1 tree or no trees is paying $50, whereas someone who owns 26 trees and has a beautiful lot on a ravine is paying the same amount. The focus for council this evening cannot be on the $50, although I agree with I have no reason to challenge Ms. Quinlan's assertion that it's about 3 weeks of work for one human being. Moreover, our accounting software just doesn't allow us to do that. It was excruciatingly difficult, and I don't think we pulled it off perfectly last year, unless I misread every letter to the editor and dozens of complaints. I too sat through that public meeting. The focus ought not to be how $50 per gets $350,000. That's less than $50 average. The 2 budgets this council has approved, every municipality, everywhere in Ontario and everywhere in Canada works on it, the amount per average household assessment. And if you approve a tax increase that's $100 average, it means some people are getting 80 and some people are getting 120. But it comes out because ultimately those who are better off tend to live in larger, more expensive homes, and those with less tend to live in smaller, less expensive homes. And it sort of comes out in the wash. The key isn't how you raise the money. The key for this council this evening, staff have written you a report that says how they would spend the money, the $150,000 you've already approved. We need guidance tonight on whether we're going to go forward with that amount or whether you're going to increase that amount. For a number of pragmatic reasons, it just has to be an average increase per if you wish to spend more. The real question is, do you wish to spend more? And if so, what is that number? The report has a roughly $500,000 increase and a roughly $1 million increase. I'm just rounding off for quick numbers. You can pick any amount on that. Whatever that number is, or we'll work with what we've already been allotted, we need to come up with these spray blocks. We cannot tell you with certainty, no matter what number you give us, what that will lead to by way of spraying until we come up with the spray blocks. We just need to know the number so that we can give that to the consultant so they in turn can figure out the best use of that money to hit the worst sprayed areas. So respectfully, council, I think you need to focus on, do you want to increase the funding available to us? And if so, by pick the dollar amount, and then that will in turn figure out what the average per house is. And that's really the only pragmatic way we're capable of collecting that money. It's per average assessment, an average house here is 343 or 349, something in 340 something.
So a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Stewart.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We went through a very difficult time with this last year, and we went ahead and we budgeted for what we're going to spend this year. And we've already had all these discussions,
And my feeling is we should go with the budget that we set, and it will put us much farther ahead of what we did last year. And we need to deal with it, take care of the most severely infested areas the best we can, and plan for successive years.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hahn.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a comment to make, and that is that we can throw an awful lot of money that we don't have at this, but if the neighboring municipalities that apparently don't have budgets to correct their issue or to remedy their issue that they claim they don't have, which they clearly do, according to the maps that Allison showed us earlier, it's pretty much most of this our neighboring municipalities. So we put a whole lot of money in spray, and then the neighbors don't. How can that, that we're just going to end up with a problem again? We're just going to have their problem blow back onto us again. So we can't force their hand. I understand that, but it's kind of like we're spending good money after bad to try to solve our problem here in Pelham with money we don't have, only for the surrounding area to continue to add to our problem year after year.
Well, we never did actually look at the other option, which was to go to 108, because if we do spend the $50, that actually gets us about half the area sprayed of serious infestation. So we're still going to leave out half the population is going to have to worry about their own means to control their bugs, to control the gypsy moth, because 500,000, we figured $1 million would cover the whole town. $1 million, we wouldn't have anybody saying that they got left out, but we would be, we would have a lot of people talking to us, I think. So, yeah, myself, I think I'm leaning, and I didn't think, at first I was leaning at one point to take out the 118, take the flak, we spray the whole town. We are not anywhere near, the other surrounding areas are not near as infested as we are. I'm afraid it just isn't so. That's when I talk to the mayors and what have you. So either way, but now, I don't know, 118, and some people are going to be spending $300 or $400. Some of those people aren't even going to have a tree. And for my farm, I don't have trees, or I don't have any. Let's say I don't have any gypsy moths. But I would gladly spend the money to keep the tree canopy in the town. But that's just me. We know that there's other people that if you overcharge them $10, they're banging on our door wanting the money right away. So it is too bad. The trees are trees. They do so much for the environment. They do so much for the CO2. It's just a shame, really, that it's kind of disappointing that people don't have $118 so we can spray the whole tree and not have to have 5,000 people phone us up and tell us that we ripped them off because we kept the tree canopy in the town. So, tell you the honest truth, I think I'm back to, now I've gone the other way. So now I'm thinking, Mary Ann, Councillor Stewart, let's look after our own stuff, put out a great public information and say, listen, sorry, we didn't have the money from last year's experience. We found out that people didn't want to pay additional money, so we just looked after our own, and these are the programs that we suggest you follow if you have your infestations. I must say, I'm leaning that way for whatever it's worth. Councillor Hahn?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So then at the very least, if the option is not to overspend and to be rather conservative here, then at the very least, can we not isolate some companies and say, hey, if we've got Pelham residents contacting you to do some spraying, truck spraying, what have you, negotiate a little break, 5% off, 10% off, something. Because essentially what you're doing is you're asking a lot of people to take care of their own trees on their own property. So really, is there any skin off our knees to really to do some little negotiation on the side to just say, hey, companies come to us and we'll give you some list of names. We're going to publish the list of names and their phone numbers in the local paper on the web, and here's who you can call. We're asking you to band your trees. We're asking you to take care of your property. So here's some things you can do, and here's a little incentive. It's only maybe a couple % off, but it's something. It's showing some initiative on our part, I think, to encourage people to do something that we're not doing for them.
Councilor Hildebrand?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councilor Stewart and yourself. I'm to go with a planned program, spend the $150,000, go with a staff recommendation. And that's the money we have. We don't want to spend money we don't have. And possibly, if staff can come up with a recommendation of who else to use and provide a discount, great. But I'm for the staff plan.
Okay. I see some conversation over there. Any comments, Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think from a staff perspective, we would be fine to give the people as many resources as possible that we know of that could help them in their situation. To negotiate with a specific vendor with respect to a spray program outside of our own, I'm not sure really about the legalities and the purchasing end of things behind that. There may be some complications there that would preclude us from going to vendors to try to work with other vendors to negotiate privileged pricing for our residents with respect to other vendors. I'm not sure how that.
So I'm actually thinking myself is that once we get our own spray blocks identified, that neighborhoods that are being left out, they can actually do their own work and round up 20 or 30 residents on a block or whatever, and they could, if we had the list of contractors on a website, then they could talk to those individuals on their own, I would think. Yep. Councilor Trophy.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Let's say when the spray blocks are developed and it comes back to us in a couple of weeks, a few weeks. At that time, would we have an opportunity to vote on a different option? Let's say it looks like the majority is going to go to option 2 right now. I'm just looking at if it's very severely infested, and they say, I'm talking the first report said Fenwick. 16 out of 18 plots are severely infested. That area there might take up 75–80% of that budget, and maybe only 30% in the Fawn Hill area. I just want to see if there's an option to review this afterwards, or if that's just the way we're going to go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if staff are given the direction to move forward with a certain budget tonight, we'll come back with a report which will lay out the spray zones, the spray blocks that would be sprayed. As well, accompanied with that will be a bylaw, which will, if you remember, that was brought through council last year. That will be also presented to council and will give us the ability to administer the spray program. If council's decisions not to pass that or do not like the recommendations and report, then that's obviously your choice. Be respectful of the fact that we are up against the clock. In a certain instance, we need to get permits in place from the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Transportation, like our consultant said. And the sooner we can get approval on those spray blocks and a program, then we can apply for those permits and get moving on that. just through discussions, emailing, texting back and forth, technology is great. Trying to get a hold of, trying to get some kind of idea how long it would take to get spray blocks put in place so that we can get a program in front of council. We do have a council meeting on March 23rd. It might be tight to try to get that. Staff can go, try to get a report prepared. Be mindful that the due dates for those are March 9th, so next Monday or Tuesday, based on the 2-week advance that we have to give for publishing our agendas. So we'd like to bring forward a report if we can. If we get the go-ahead tonight, we'll work to try to get a spray blocks determined and a spray program determined to get in front of council on March 23rd, which would allow us to give ample time to residents that wouldn't be included as part of that spray program to be able to move forward with their own program.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hahn?
Through you, Mayor. So further to that then, so you're suggesting we can defer tonight then? And no? Okay. Because the 23rd, we'd have spray blocks, so that would be good information to know. And then we'd also have the answer from MPP Oosterhoff and the other list of folks that you've approached to ask. Because frankly, if all of a sudden, Oosterhoff comes through and says, hey, I've found $250,000 for you guys, I think it's probably going to change our decision as to where we spray, no? We can probably get a little bit more bang for our buck. But we don't know that. There's so many unknowns at this particular juncture.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. There's lots of unknowns, but we need to know where we're headed. We need to know what we're working with. So in order for us to get a program off, we need to start to develop the spray blocks, get those in front of the council for approval, get the bylaw passed so that we can apply for our permits and get going. So any delay with respect to even a couple weeks may affect the ability for us to get our permits in place and get a successful program off.
So just to be sure, one last question, Director. You're going to come back 23rd. We will by that time. So let's say we approve, we go ahead with the 150. So you guys can do your spray blocks. Show us what's going to be sprayed. By that time, we're going to know if there's any money out there, which if I was a betting man, but that's okay. I always ask questions. So on the 23rd, we see where the spray blocks are. At that time, could we, and by then we'll have a lot of feedback from residents. We got 2 weeks for this to get out there. At the 23rd, would we be able to throw, if it was council's wish, to throw another $250,000 at it? Or go whatever way? Are we at 150, is that, can that change the 23rd for more? Or is the 23rd, or is this the cutoff date?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, without having the opportunity to speak directly with our consultant as well as Zimmer Air, there's probably a good possibility that we could extend the spray zone if required, if there was additional monies that were found. But we want to make sure that we get a program in place so that we can communicate very clearly to the public what is being sprayed and what's not, so that it gives them enough opportunity to do whatever they have to do on their end to protect their properties.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Councillor Chofie.
Now, one last question, and I don't want to harp on this and what Councillor Corr is going on. Is there a possibility of putting the $50 on the utility bill? It's a cost of a...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you mean on the water bill? No, because not everyone gets a water bill. No.
Any further, so if we pass this, just to refresh everyone's memory, we pass this, we take in the report, committee approve the extension of the contract to administer an aerial spray and public volunteer program estimated at $35,000. that council approve the use of Zimmer Air Services to conduct the 2020 aerial fleet program, and that council direct staff to conduct the Gypsy Moth aerial fleet program as described in option 2, utilizing the approved budget of $150,000.
To the clerk, could I have a recorded vote?
On the motion just presented by the mayor, I will ask in alphabetical order. If you are in favor, say yes. If you are opposed, say no. Councillor Cholfi?
No.
Councillor Hahn?
No.
Councillor Hildebrand?
Yes.
Councillor Kaur?
No.
Councillor Stewart?
Yes.
Councillor Wink?
Yes.
Mayor Junkin?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. So, Council, the clerk and the CEO have advised that as far as the... sorry, that the business and the policy and priorities can definitely wait till the next meeting. And also, we were supposed to go back into in camera. That also is not considered a big item, so we could do that. So the motion put forward by Councillor Hildebrand, seconded by Councillor Wink, that the Policy and Priorities Committee meeting scheduled for March 2nd, 2020 be postponed and be rescheduled at a date to be determined by the clerk.
As well as the...
So, as opposed to the in-camera that we were going to go back and discuss. That would also be pushed back to another meeting. Any discussion on this motion? If not, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion put forward by Councillor Hahn, seconded by Councillor Wink. Be resolved that the following bylaw be read a first, second, and third time and passed. Being a bylaw number 4207, 2020, to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Pelham at a special meeting held on the second day of March 2020. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Adjournment. Motion put forward by Councillor Hahn, seconded by Councillor Trophy. Be it resolved that this regular meeting of council be adjourned until the next regular meeting scheduled for March 23rd, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. All those in favor? All those opposed? Meeting's done. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Can you sign that one?
Oh, yes, ma'am. After my run-in with Holly, I realized you clerks are very pen conscious. I was walking down the hall and she literally shouted me to a halt.
It's probably one of her